Ato ka, Ate Bany.
Na-forward na, ang akong i-correctan ang okay na, wala na lang ko mo-forward sa nouns, kaya ang adjectives o adverbs, okay na to. Hello. Hello. Wala. Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Why not we move to
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Sir.
Doc.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Shall we start? Start. Okay, so requesting Michelle, not you now, to lead a prayer. Michelle.
Dili kay mi kaklaro siya magtingog siya.
I'm sorry, Doc. I wasn't able to hear you, Doc.
Okay, please lead the prayer.
Okay. Sure, Doc. Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you so much for this time. We thank you, Lord God, that we are breathing the breath of God that gives us life. We thank you, Lord God, that you are our strength. We thank you, Lord God, that you are our wisdom. We thank you, Lord God, that you are our peace. And Lord, we thank you even for this time and for the entire time that we will be learning together. We thank you so much that you will continue to be with us. And we thank you, Lord, that whatever accomplishment that we will be able to achieve this afternoon until later, we thank you, Lord God, that we will be able to give back the honor and the glory because the glory belongs to you alone. We thank you for this time and the opportunity to learn. We thank you for blessing each one of us and for the peace in our hearts. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Very nice prayer.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. So, may I ask if Geraldine is already in backup?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I first have
Good
to call the roll. Next, do we have Bermejo, Mylene? Not around here?
Bermeja present, sir.
Where is Bermejo?
Bermeja.
Okay, Mylene here. And what about John Ray?
Here, Doc.
By the way, Bacchus
Present.
will present today.
Geraldine. Yes, sir.
Romeo will also present.
Yes, Doc.
What else for Lassa? Yeah.
Present, Doc.
And then,
Present.
Paul. General, did I see Paul?
Present, sir. Present.
Or Paul?
Present, sir.
What about the material?
Present, sir. Good afternoon.
May I ask if the Kanyadas are present or still not around? Kanyadas. Okay. What about Dilikana? Not anymore. Okay, thank you. Let's go to Chavez. Janine. Chavez. No, not around. Chavez, not yet. Okay. And then Kim Papa Shane here. Enoch. Enoch.
Present, Doc.
Okay. And then Moya Evangeline
Present, Doc.
will also be presenting this afternoon.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Then the national, okay. And then is Opinias attending, not anymore. Packers, Joanne.
Present, Doc.
Yeah. And then Poro Jasmine
Present, Doc.
will also be this afternoon.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Before he okay. And then moment. Requesto, I saw requesto. Sayang.
Present, sir.
Sayang. What about Arlene? You're also presenting. this afternoon? Vibar.
Present, Doc. Present.
Shall you also be presenting this afternoon?
Apa
From the
tong examen na nga?
is Camille present? Camille? Not yet. The other one is we have two additional attendees from seminar group because there are only 7 of them, so I might as well be merging the 2 classes. But the moment it will reach to the minimum of 20, then we will have a separate schedule. Geraldine. Geraldine.
Hello, sir.
You may start now.
Bako, sir. Right, sir? Um,
Sige, Bakos.
yes, sir. I cannot share my screen, sir. I already sent my PowerPoint presentation to Sir JV earlier.
You can share it.
Dili kay ko kadungog lagi. Ano man siya?
Muling nagbalik si Solari sa palasyo at tinawag si Prinsesa Spring.
Oo, aking mahal na Prinsesa Spring. Pakiusap, kausapin mo ako.
Pagkarinig ng kanyang boses, agad nagbaba si Prinsesa Spring. Oh, Solaris!
Yes, sir. That one, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, classmates. Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Pilapil. I am going to present my topic about Suggestopedia. Suggestopedia to grade 8 communicative skills. Actually, this topic is I have here some keywords that would enlighten on what this topic is all about. In a language classroom, students have their own. According to
Excuse me, Ma'am Geraldine. We can't hear you, Ma'am, because we keep on hearing Ma'am Mia Requesto.
Sabot jud ka
Sorry,
dito,
let
ma'am.
me...
Excuse me. Request to ang ano, sige. Mute.
Makadungog na muna ko, sir.
Sige. While it's not your turn to talk, all speakers should be on mute mode, and then only the speaker, only the presenter is going to unmute the speaker. Okay? So now, Geraldine, it's your turn.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Pilapil, my topic is about Suggestopedia to grade 8 communicative competence. I have read a study from Charlita Lasada. She mentioned that in order to attain communicative competence, students... Hello, sir.
I have to correct you. You have to be very careful with sourcing. Huh? Do not misspell. That is subject for...
Okay, sir.
Lasala, not Lasada. Because I was with
Okay.
during her dissertation defense.
Okay, sir. Okay, so according to her, hello?
Yes. Go on.
According to her, sir, for students to be able to attain communicative competence, students should be able to given opportunities in the classroom to be able to practice and use the language. However, according to Stephen Krashen, we don't only cater to the cognitive part the cognitive domain of students, but we should also cater to their affective domain. So what I see in Dr. Lasala's study is she mentioned that students should be given opportunity. However, even if teachers give a lot of opportunities in the classroom for the students to be able to practice speaking English, if students have these communication apprehensions like language anxiety, test anxiety, fear to be bullied and labeled, fear to be laughed out, especially if they speak in front of the class. So no matter how many opportunities you give in the class, if you can't cater to their language anxiety, students still will not be able to attain communicative competence. So my point of view in this study is, according to Suggestopedia, before you teach a lesson, there should be desuggestion and suggestion. Desuggestion means the limitations we think we have when we learn in a class, they have to be desuggested. So if students are in your class, they are thinking, no, I can't do this. Students will be laughing at me because I mispronounced word and something like that. They are afraid to be bullied and to be laughed out. So you have to desuggest those thinking and psychological barriers for them to be able to learn the language effectively. To be able for them to absorb the lesson you are teaching on that day. So language anxiety is a barrier to language learning. Examples of language anxiety are shyness, nervousness, test anxiety, afraid to be bullied. Those are emotions that would hinder from students to to try to communicate and try to use the language in class. Why? Because they don't have enough confidence to try. So after you desuggest, there is a tendency that you might be able to lessen the language anxiety in the classroom, and that's when you start suggestion. Suggestion meaning making learners feel relaxed and believe that they can be successful in learning. So once you suggest, lower affective filter. Affective filter, according to Stephen Krashen, these are the emotions that students feel that would serve as the barrier for them to be receptive of the lesson. So language learners are more receptive to comprehensible input if the affective filter is low in your class. Therefore, if your affective filter is low, the teacher will be able to access the mental reserve capacity of the students. So they better use their mental capacity and mental reserves, and therefore attain communicative competence. Sir, ang akong topic, sir, ba kay communicative competence ka ng broad ra kay siya, sir? Or should I Okay. So my questions for this research is, I would like to know what are the factors contributing to the increase of language anxiety in the classroom. Knowing the factors would help me find ways on how to lessen or alleviate the language anxiety in a class. Then I would also like to know what is the level of language anxiety of the grade 8 students in learning English. What effective techniques could be utilized in making instructional designs, activities, and assessments in the light of Suggestopedia? And last one is, I would like to validate the efficacy of Suggestopedia in minimizing students' language anxiety.
Okay, and I have the comment now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before we continue with do you have other slides, by the way? No more. Only that slide. No, not yet. Only that. Are you trying to say that these are the SOP questions that you will be using in your next activity later on?
No, sir. I still have to specify the specific variables, probably.
Okay.
Like.
So the question is let's just focus on this. When you say what effective techniques could be utilized with a D because of
Yes, sir.
utilized because of the D form. Okay, that. So
Okay, sir.
it's a common mistake anyway. But then note that this is English teaching. Because when you say what are the factors contributing to the increase of language anxiety in a classroom, I think it does not need to be answered by any respondent because that is not related to teaching English. that is related, more related to linguistics or linguistics for that matter. So you are, in number one, it's more of an MA in language. But when you say level of language anxiety, it could be effective techniques, could be validated, it could be. But that's not how it should be formulated. I mean, you have to be very distinct, you have to be very specific the moment you're going to raise your SOP later on. So maybe that will be the basis for your SOP but they have to simplify that.
Okay, sir.
That's answerable easy. That could be answered by the researcher. But going back to the title, it's just to refresh you. The moment you will do your activity and three, like, let's go to the slide one. Okay, why are you saying Sagistopedia 2? What's the role of 2, the preposition 2? Sagistopedia 2 grade 8 communicative competence. So let's just have to have the 2 first. Is it the correct preposition?
I think so, sir. So I said Suggestopedia too because I believe, sir, that Suggestopedia will have an effect to the communicative competence of the grade 8 students. Sir. Sure, di ko kadungog nimo, sir. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Claro? Claro na? Geraldine, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hindi nakamadungog, sir.
Wala na, dili na ka madungog, sir.
No, ayun lagi.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
Kailan
Klaro
madam,
na,
sir. Sir.
Okay na.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Suggest. In, sir. Sit. Um.
I think 4.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Uh, when I um Suggestivia for grade 8 communicative competence. This is because we are only focusing for grade 8 alone.
Ah,
So we
okay.
have to use the word for, since if we are going to use the word to, that means as a suggestivia to grade 8, that means we are only getting for grade 8. Ano tang grade 8 lang bitaw. Pero kung magamit mo tag 4, para magud siya sa tanan. Mao na siya, sir. Sorry.
Yes, Suggestopedia for grade 8 communicative.
Mag-write na lang ako, mag-write.
Hmm.
Mag-write na lang ka na. Dali nga.
Because grade 8 is a noun.
Sulat ito, sulat.
Oros, sir. Oros, sir.
Write ko, write. Oh.
Oros, sir. Because, sir, for as a preposition should be followed by a noun, whereas to refers to a movement. Yes, sir. But correct, sir, no? But to is usually um, referring to movement.
For grade 8 alone, for specific. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Mm-mm. It has a lot. It has linguistic competence, social linguistic competence, a lot, sir. And it caters on both written and oral communication. So linguist, mm, I think it's s- linguistic competence, social linguistic competence, sir. And I don't know the two, sir. I don't know the other two, sir. Mm-mm.
Applied linguistics.
Discourse, sir. Discourse.
Sport analysis.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Yes, Doc.
Mm-mm. Mm.
Strategy,
Strategic competence.
Linguistic.
Mm. Mm. So sure. Mm-mm. Mm. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I already have actually the instrument, sir, for gathering the. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, Doc. Okay. Um, okay. Just wait video. Okay. Base maglag sa mag. Or let me try lang. Okay. So my study would be using YouTube in teaching oral communication. Let me. So with the present situation of the country where face-to-face interactions in education is still not advisable, many teachers are now looking at other options in delivering education to learners. One of the ways this can be done is utilizing social media platforms like Facebook and so students can have access to course information and activities online. And my study basically aims to test the efficiency of using YouTube as a tool for delivering classes during the pandemic and also create a guide for teachers to follow when using YouTube for classes. Um, I guess that's it though. I think oral conduct is for grade 11, only for senior high. Yeah. Yes, no, definitely. G11. Okay, doc. Yes, doc. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, doc.
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. Um, I'm just waiting my PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, Doc. Good evening, classmates. So my topic for today is, my proposed topic is task-based teaching as remediation to deterioration in reading comprehension of grade 7. So we all know that Philippines is in the lowest rank among 79 countries in reading comprehension. So I will try task-based because I believe that students may learn more effectively when their minds are focused on the task. So the activity must reflect real life and learners will focus on its meaning. So next slide, please. So, excuse me. In a task-based approach, learners learn by doing. So, task activities are usually rich in language, involving a wide variety of language areas, as well as all the skills, reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So this time, I will focus on reading. So, a task must involve the processing of information and some kind of communication or interaction. And a task can be something that you done alone or that you do with someone else or in a group. So next slide, please. So in these approaches like task-based instruction, tasks are the tools to promote interaction and real language use. So tasks are considered to be the core of language learning curriculum in TBI, or the task-based instruction. So the role of tasks is to promote interaction and authentic language use rather than to serve as a framework for practice and particular language forms or functions. So tasks promote the role of speaking and negotiating meaning and collaborative problem solving by Richards and Rogers 2001. Next slide, please. So these are maybe not the final SOP. So can a task-based teaching be a remedy of deterioration of reading comprehension of students? Do all the students improve with the help of task-based teaching? Next, what are the remedial activities to make the students improve his or her reading comprehension? And lastly, what are the tasks to be done? That's all, sir.
Holy night.
Yes, sir. I think, sir, these questions will help me in my will help me in making this thesis or this proposed thesis. If task-based teaching is really a remedy in deterioration of reading comprehension, so if it will really works. Yes, sir. My title is Task-Based Teaching as Remediation to Deterioration in Reading Comprehension of English 7. Mataas ra kog title, sir. Okay, sir. I will just delete that, sir. Okay, sir. Sorry. Okay, sir. I understand. Um, improve. Uh, I think no. Graduha pa ko, sir. For me, sir, akong panindigan, I'm sorry, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir. Maybe, sir, kanang ako na lang na siyang ikuan sa random sampling with the result of findings and conclusion. Yes. Okay, sir. Related, sir. Okay, ako usahon, sir. Hmm. Okay, sir. So I will just delete that 3 and 4. Yes, sir. Okay, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Mm.
Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Sir, I have a sir. I was asking, sir, how about if her question number 4, sir, would be, will there be a significant difference in students' reading comprehension using task-based? Yes. Would it be okay, probably? If we could ask that question, will there be a significant difference in the reading comprehension of students using task-based teaching?
Pwede sa siya, ma'am.
Hmm.
Significance, no? Kay, kuan sir, kanang nangutan naman siya significance. Significance. Kung limang bakos.
Actually, sir, because you mentioned earlier, sir, there was already a module. So probably she believes that this module is already effective in remediation. So probably she would test and then find out the difference if there is an increase of reading comprehension using task-based teaching.
Pre-test and post-test. Moya. And post-test, sir. Yes, Doc. Mm. para mabaw-an sir kung nabadyo significance ang katong iyang kuan question.
Ano sir, may answer sir? May fine? Ah, how about this fine sir? Can you hear me sir? No? No sir. Well, I might get. Yes sir. So once you say remediation, I think there's no need for process because in remediation you already know the difficulties of the students first. So maybe it's more on fun. Yes.
Hello? Yes, sir. Hello. Can you hear me now, sir? Okay. If Ma'am Boya would have it as remediation, I think there's no need for pre-test because since it's already a remediation, so that means some learning difficulties of the students, I mean, are being recognized already, sir. The effectiveness of the video, so mm, based on the result of maybe it could be a test, sir, a task. Mhm.
Sir, can I add on? Okay. Sir, regarding with the, let's just say, reading comprehension, once we talk about reading comprehension, the student has already undergone oral reading verification by the English teacher. So that means we cannot give task-based teaching instructions to the grade 7 unless we have the file or the ORV, which we can determine if the student is, let's just say, has a low comprehension in reading, in understanding. So that's the purpose of having ORV, sir.
You can answer. Yes, Doc. Mr.
Hello, ma'am.
Mukhang pressure.
Oh, wala ba ka na pressure, ma'am? Ma'am, I think I need to suggest if if I am going to give my own suggestion, I think it should be better that we are going to change reading comprehension to something that is workable, that is connected with the task base. Kay kung task base manggod ta, ang bata manggod is maglihok in every activity. But once we say task based for reading comprehension, what you are going to do is just only plainly reading. Then the teacher will assess if they are going to ask question to the students, like for example, who created the tree according to Joyce Kilmer. So the task based there is kuan ra, wala ra. Puro ra siya knowledge question being answered by the student. So ang task based dira is wala na.
Na-focus na siya sa answer, no?
Okay, once maingon tag task based, dapat if kung kita, for example in my English 10, kung maingon kong write an essay, a reflective essay about the Gorgon's head, then right after writing, you have to recite it in front. So the task there is, aside from writing, they do have to recite it in front, because I need to listen for their pronunciation skills, how they are going to utter the word, and after that one, kay pwede na dayon kumuhata og question nila. Pwede pa muhata og question ang ilang mga classmates. So there is a continuity of kuan kanang teaching ug sa learning.
Yes, Doc.
Sakto.
So, I believe, sir, that task-based is kanang learning by doing. So, mas makasabot ang bata or mas makakuan sila kung naglihok sila, mas makasabot sila o maka-understand sila sa kanang lesson. Nakoy na research nga upat ka book task-based activities. The number 1 is intrinsic interest, murag personal anecdotes, favorite stories, discussions where there is a problem to be solved. Then ang number 2 is the existence of an outcome or end product. So like records, mag videos, poster making. Nana, sir. The number 3, provision of language input like from the teacher or reference books and fellow students. Nya last kay opportunities for silence, spontaneous speech, or prepared speech. Tagaan siya time for preparation. Muna, yes, Doc. Yes, Doc.
Hi, sir. Yes, sir. I would like to say something in regards to the my connection is really big. Yes, I'm here. Yeah. In regards to task based, since it is really student centered, well, actually, I think it's good for your study, but I think you just need to find the perfect task for the students. Well, we have so many tasks that we can give to our students. We have this, what we call the information. Yes, sir, I'm here. I'm sorry, my connection keeps interrupting me. Yeah. Information gap activities. Yes, sir. Information gap activities. It is a type of activity in which it involves the students to think or to transfer an information from one student to another. So you could probably do the think, pair, share. Yes. Oh, I'm really sorry. Miss Moya, can you understand my point?
Yes, 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 ma'am.
I am actually trying to help you.
Yes,
Well,
ma'am.
in this activity, yeah, in this activity, we really involve the students. Still, there is a task here, and the task
Yes.
is they should think since they are paired and they have to share the information, whatever it is, they're going to share it with their partner.
So,
Ay, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Uh, in real life, sir. In our. Ay, sorry, sir. Yung tabang na ko. Mm, yes, sir. Is that my question, sir? Oh. Right. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Um, okay, nag-chat down na po, sir, sa if only for me, sir, if we are going to uh, use task-based teaching as remediation for reading comprehension, I think we need to specify what task that we are going to use. So yes, because if we are going to use task-based pang good, sir, it's already huge. Then somebody or someone from the group will ask what kind of task we are going to use to help students in the reading comprehension problem in the problem. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mhm.
So maybe sir, akong i-change akong topic and then ako na lang siyang butangan og specific task. The specific task. Oh. Nagbisod jud ko, sir.
Ma'am, nakoy gihatag nga example. Nasa chat.
Number 4?
Yes, ma'am. Nindot man ang number 4.
Sa
Ako
SOP
yung
ni
gaingon
sir?
bitaw.
Storytelling is
Kani storytelling as remediation to reading comprehension. Murag mo na specific task, sir, nga storytelling.
Since ang storytelling, okay, since nag-focus man ta sa grade 7, ma'am, English, ang more sa grade 7 is storytelling, oration, since we are talking about speeches man, then pwede po ta mo hatag og kuan. Mo use sa kanini. Question and answer portion.
Kato sa storytelling.
Yes. Since reading comprehension, we cannot sana kanang dili ta kabuhat sa reading comprehension o kung wala tay gihatag na story or kanang mga passage output nga ipabasa sa estudyante. And right after that one is ato dahil mo og question and answer portion nga makatubag ang bata.
So, sir, Doc, is it okay if I will change my title?
How about selected task-based activities? Kaya kung storytelling. Hindi ko na-mute. Hello, na. Nalimot ko ako naka-mute, sir. Now I was thinking, sir, ba kung storytelling as Yes, sir. I was thinking, sir, kung storytelling as remediation to reading. I think, don't you think students will be bored that you will be doing storytelling all along the remediation activity? Like there is no varied tasks. I think maybe probably you could, if not specify the activities in your title, but you could probably say selected task-based activity, something like that. That's my opinion.
Yeah, ma'am.
How about, sir, yes, sir. So some of my classmates have already said some of the suggestions, the task-based suggestions, and Mambako said it's selected. For me, I would say I would try and prefer Bermejo, sir. So for Mambakos, it's selected. For me, it's preferred. Preferred, sorry, because it depends on the preference of the students and how they're going to do what task they're comfortable with. So maybe the teacher would give some example of tasks, and then the teacher would just let the students have their preference among the examples given by the teacher. Example tasks.
Compact Chris.
Sir. Yes, sir. So if I understand this correctly, I believe that this task base is one of the performance tasks that we are going to give to our students. I think that when you say comprehension, it is not just being limited to storytelling. We have to have some other tasks as well. At the same time, we have to remember that we have a learning outcome. So if our learning outcome is for the students to comprehend, remember this is remediation, so meaning to say we have to correct, in my understanding, the students have a hard time understanding something, and not all students will be able to share their understanding based on just one output. So I believe that a task base with a rubric that is tailored in such a way that it will answer to the fact that there we will be able to measure the understanding of the student, then I am convinced that task-based can actually work, because the introvert students, those we think they have problems and a little bit slow when it comes to comprehension, they will be able to participate much better if there is a performance in such a way that they will be in a group that will help them to aid their understanding and their learning. So I guess there's just a rubric that will tailor fit to the learning outcome, such as comprehension, that is going to be included when we are going to do performance tasks. This is actually correct. Task-based as remediation for reading comprehension. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Storytelling.
Sir, good evening. Okay. Yes, sir. Um, this is just my opinion, sir. So I would go with Sean, sir, that storytelling can be the best task-based approach for Ma'am Evangeline because this is grade 7. Yes, and I guess when we talk about grade 7, they don't hate storytelling. Yes, and when you say storytelling, it can be done through pairing. Yes, and it can be by group. So, and then remember that when we do this research, we are guided by time and there's limitation. So when we are going to go with a lot of activities using the different selected or task-based approach, it takes year or 2 years to finish. So I guess storytelling is the best task-based approach for Ma'am Evangeline.
So I go to Mr. Sean. Mr. Sean, I go for Mr. Sean's. I go for So I go for Mr. Sean's suggestion, the storytelling as remediation to reading comprehension of English 7. Para sir specific ra ang iyahang kanang aning task niya dali ra sa dang module buhaton dayon gamay ra man sa time frame so kana na lang sir. Mm, mura lagi jag term paper kay storytelling. Yes, no. Mm,
Yes.
storytelling. Different activities. Mm. Okay, Doc. Yes, Doc. Uh, okay, Doc. Okay, Doc. Task. Yes, Doc. Grade 7. Task based. Yes, yes, Doc. Grade 7. Okay, Doc. So task based. Yes, Doc. Task based remediation for G7 reading comprehension. Thank you, Doc. Yes, Doc. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, classmates.
Good afternoon, Doc. Good
Yeah.
afternoon. I mean, good evening.
Sige, go on.
So, here is my proposed topic. So, the general topic is effects of reciprocal teaching strategies on reading comprehension. So, here is the topic is all about reading comprehension skills in English learners is considered to be one of the most vital factors that helps them to become literate individuals. Reciprocal teaching is an instructional activity that utilizes four comprehension strategies such as predicting, questioning, summarizing, and clarifying in the form of a dialogue between teachers and students regarding segments of a text. Many educators unable to develop the skills successfully to the learners. That is why it reflects to their performances not just in English but also in other subjects. Thus, it gives a huge problem to our society today. Learners know how to read but incompetent enough in terms of comprehending the message of a single text. So next slide, please. So here, in addition, the aim of reciprocal teaching is to instruct students with particular strategies that they can apply to new texts. It is very useful to them, helping teachers and students improve and utilize the strategies in the teaching learning process. So for the related literature, so the reciprocal teaching method is one of the
Excuse me.
effective.
Excuse me.
Yes, Doc.
That's not anymore. We will not reach to that point. But before that, baliktad ko.
Okay. Okay,
Before that,
Doc.
listen to the instruction. No, I mean we're only going to have the title proposal this time. But then my general comment kay na show naman jud na ninyo ang inyong slides, kanang, di ba, nag-ingon ko, it's a no-no, it's a mortal sin to have a paragraph in the slide.
Oh, so sorry, Doc.
Unless it is a problem statement. Notice mo sa ako ang
Okay.
slide sa una, di ba? Lesser words. We have to be very thrift in our slides so that it can be read. Tanawa tong imong mga slides nagsunod, di ba? Gagmay kaayo. Because it's just like a
Okay,
transcription.
Doc.
From the book, transfer
Yes.
to the slide. Gikan sa slide, gibasa ra pod. Transcription. That's not how it should be done when you are going to present. That's not it should be. If there's a subject, I was able to teach that subject at Cebu Normal before, that is English proficiency. So to improve your English proficiency, you should not be very, very dependent on the slide word for word. You are going to make a slide that is outlined, you devoid of so many sentences and paragraphs. It's just keywords. That the keywords can help you. Remember Bacchus? Bacchus presented uh, keywords, and she was able to come up with a good discussion using the keywords. Na notice ninyo? Let's go back to Bacchus slide. Slide ni Bacchus. Ano? Geraldine. Go. Kana ba? Tanawa ra good. Paragraph ba good na? Ah. So by looking at the suggestion, she was able to explain that, going to the low effective filter, then going to language anxiety, to the mental reserve capacity. Thus, there is communicative competence. I appreciate this kind of slide. But kanang gagmay lang sa ang color ba pod mo sa di na ko kauyon, I cannot read it. I mean, do not sacrifice text over design and color. Let's make it simple, because what's important is for the listener, for the viewer to get the concept, the idea, and clear understanding is the end thing. Okay, so go back to the slide of kinsa to? Chavez. Chavez to, no?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, let's go back, G. Okay ta, Janine. Kanang, let's katubang
Yes,
mga
Doc.
slides ni mo,
I
Janine.
just
In the
yes,
next
actually mo
presentation,
open jud na ako naasa ko ang Doc proposal na ko Doc ba ako lang siya gi-transfer sa PowerPoint.
di lagi na. In the next presentation, please
Okay, Doc.
note that I gave that as my I would say, I cautioned you during the first meeting that your slides should not be occupied with so many sentences and paragraphs. No? So
Okay, Doc.
I mentioned that in the first meeting. So I always mention that the moment I come across the same thing. Okay? Clear?
Yes,
Sige, Day. Let's go back to your slide. First slide. Okay, effects of reciprocal teaching
Teaching
strategies on reading
strategies and
comprehension.
reading
What do you
comprehension.
think? How are we going to limit? How are we going to justify the word effects? Because you have to be very careful with effects. What things we should be doing so that we can get the effect?
Um, the effectiveness of the four reciprocal teaching strategies.
Oh, excuse me. Effects is not effectiveness.
Sorry, Doc. The effect, rather.
Effect is
Effects.
not effectiveness also. Whether effect or effects do not go with the idea of effectiveness. Because
Okay.
effect is a result.
So,
My
effect
dear,
itself.
excuse me. Hawaha. To measure effect, for example, I will take medicine now because I have a fever. I will take a medicine so that I can get the effect sooner, or maybe minutes or hours from now, or after a day, I can get the effects. Scientifically, I can get the effects. Medically, I can, or clinically, I can get the effects. But for reciprocal teaching, when can you get the effects? Nakuha ang idea?
Yes.
Oh, we have to do experiment.
Yes, Doc.
We have to do experiment, and we have to do
Yeah.
replications of your experiment. For example, I will do reciprocal teaching in section 1. I will also do reciprocal teaching in section 2. And if there are 15 sections, I will do 15 reciprocal teaching. That's replication, para I would know the effects. Nakuha?
Yes.
I will do reciprocal
Very well
teaching
said, Doc.
day 1. I will do reciprocal teaching day 2. I will do reciprocal teaching in 1 week, in 1 month, so I can be sure of the effects. Nakuha ko. So, naagi cause-effect relationship. Cause-effect is different from effectiveness. So, asa may atong gusto mahitabo? What do we want to measure here?
Effectiveness.
Okay, Chavez, effectiveness, huh? Okay, so then we don't need to mention effectiveness in the title because we can mention that in your problem. So what is left now is reciprocal teaching strategies on reading comprehension. So you've said a while ago that there may be more
teachings,
strategies. Okay,
on
there'll
reading.
be more strategies. But here, reading comprehension for what level?
Third year college students, Doc.
Third year college students. What subject?
Student.
What subject? What particular?
Literature.
Huh?
Literature, Doc.
Reading comprehension is literature reading comprehension.
Or developmental reading.
I have my question. Let's try to understand. Is reading comprehension literature, or is literature reading comprehension? You're a college professor? Chavez, you're teaching where? Don't be ashamed.
Part-time, Doc.
Part-time where? CTU?
San Fernando.
San Fernando, CTU San Fernando. Okay.
Yes, Doc.
But you are a BS Ed graduate. BS Ed, BE Ed.
Yes.
No, no.
English. BS Ed English.
BS Ed English. From what school?
Yes.
From what school? Don't worry.
Talisay City College, Doc.
Okay, Talisay City College. Now, in your
Yes.
college days, were you not told? Were you not taught as to the difference between reading comprehension and literature? Mas namin ma-discuss nato kay aron now you'll be corrected with a concept because definitely reading comprehension is not equal to literature. I'm sorry, because if you are a major of literature, your brows will raise that reading comprehension is reading. That is not literature. Sige, that's a good thing to be discussed. That's a good thing to share with or to share about from other
Yes, because
classmates.
reading comprehension is broad.
What's your opinion? What's your opinion? I can spend more time with you on this matter. Sige, what is your opinion about reading comprehension vis-a-vis literature? Sige na, Chavez, you're a college professor. You have the more you are going to convince me. You're talking to the Vice President for Academic Affairs. Manghambog taday. Sige day. That's my turf now. I cannot allow my professor, my faculty in college to be just silent. I'm not threatening
My
you, huh?
God.
I'm just joking. But that has to be considered. I might as well be telling Mr. Anuos and your campus director that you cannot answer me literature over reading comprehension. You're bringing the name of CTU, my dear.
Yes, Doc.
Bitaw day, sige na day. So nobody is wrong with his or her insight about it. It's a good discussion point so that we can enrich it. Your classmates will be ready to help you. Affective filter hypothesis, nahadlok na kano. Mauna na, anxiety is high, performance is low. Sige day.
Yes.
Sige, erase all those things that I've said, that I already have said. Let's go direct to the idea on reading comprehension and literature. That's very important to me.
Okay, Doc. So reading comprehension is somewhat extracting meaning from the text. So you comprehend what you are reading.
And then
Formulate assumptions, conclusions based from what you are reading.
Chavez, you're handling
Yes.
literature also. You're handling
Yes.
literature.
Yes, Doc.
So reading comprehension is not literature. Take note. Anybody
Yes.
can help Chavez to give light to Chavez.
Please help.
Anyone? Don't be afraid.
What was the question?
Sir.
Yes,
Sir Shahan.
would you
What
like
was
to?
the let us say the word, sir, that we need to clarify?
You're not
Reading.
listening.
Sorry, sir. Di kayo madungog, sir.
You are going to differentiate literature from reading comprehension.
Reading comprehension.
Okay.
Literature is
As English teachers, we should know the difference. Yeah. Bakos.
I think, sir, literature is something that literature, before it became literature, it was orature before. And then when it was written, then it became literature. Literature is a written piece of ideas that are put into writing so that we can create history. Because without literature, I don't think there is history. Because that's what I remembered about literature.
Okay, let's refresh. Okay, another.
Good evening.
Jeneline.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I mean, literature, is so in literature, there is a reading technique to understand more or like comprehension. So we have that technique, the survey question, read, recall, and review, so that you can understand more or we can comprehend more of the literature, sir.
So are you saying that reading comprehension is literature?
I
Or
mean,
different?
reading comprehension, sir, has also techniques, sir, so that the literature can be more understandable or we can comprehend, sir.
So you're saying that reading comprehension is a pathway to understand literature.
Yes, sir.
Okay, another?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Vermijo.
Yes, sir. With regards to reading literature and no, reading comprehension and literature, sir, as I've understand, sir, reading
As
comprehension.
I've understood. Uy,
I,
as I
thank you, sir. Okay, so as I've understood, reading comprehension, there is something like there's a common idea for a certain text that could be, while literature is more on subjective, sir. So
Why are you
the
saying it's more of subjective?
literature.
What make what is that? Subjective. What do you
Subject.
mean by that?
Because sometimes.
Moment. So are you saying that reading comprehension is objective while literature is subjective? Is that so? Did I get
Partly,
it?
sir. Partly.
Sige, so explain.
Because back to reading comprehension, sir.
Explain. Why are you saying that reading comprehension is more of an objective and literature is subjective?
Because in reading comprehension, sir, for example, there's a certain text, and there could be a common idea for that text, sir. While in literature, it depends on your could be on your experience. So for me, literature is more on the subjective aspect, sir.
Okay, so meaning there is an experience, there's a world life or a life
Yes.
world or we call a lived experience that is extracted from what the reader has understood about it.
Yes, sir. Because it's subjective.
So meaning understanding of a piece of literature begins from the objective point of view, which can be the basis of expressing himself or herself,
Yes, sir.
relating it to what has been understood from what has been read. Is that what you're trying to say? Bermijo?
Sir, I'm sorry, sir.
Yes. Cannot be heard?
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you now, sir.
Okay. Are you agreeable with what I just said?
I'm sorry, sir. I haven't heard what you've just said, sir. The connection, I think, is unstable, sir. Your voice is saggy, choppy. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, this time is it okay? That
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's okay now.
what you're saying is that through understanding the text that you consider objective because it's understanding the text is objective.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what.
Is it not influenced by the subjectivity of the experience?
Experience of the reader.
Is it not? In a way, there are, like, for example, in reading, because in reading, there are two important things to consider: word decoding skill and comprehension skill, di ba? For word decoding, of course, it has to be objective. But for comprehension per se, it may be affected by your experience.
So
Nakuha?
yes, so it's also
So it
subjective
begins
somehow.
yeah. Agreeable? How about the others?
Yes, I agree with you, sir.
How about the others? Would you like to say something? Interact, react, counter react, object on that concept?
Yes.
Jenny Lynn, yes. Call.
I agree, sir, because literature it is a significant human experience, and it is also an imagination of an author, and it is really connected to.
A moment, Jenny Lynn. Make it clear now. Make your voice a little bit clearer. Say it again.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah. Go.
I agree, sir, that literature is um it is a significant human experience, sir, of a person.
Okay, remember it is significant human experience. It's a she. Always remember
Yes,
she.
sir. She.
That is according to the Athenians, no? According to the Athenians, it is a significant, it is a reflection of your significant human experience. And if it's
Yes,
a
sir.
significant human experience, that is really very, very subjective because we don't have the same significant human experience.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand? If, if, uh, for example, elopement as a theme, elopement as a theme may be significant to others, might not be significant to others, to some others. Understand?
Exactly.
If
Yes, sir.
filial devotion or if anger, if whatever themes, other themes available in this world is are not similar to the other experiences or experiences of other people. So that's why it is very subjective. Understanding of the text, especially in literature, differs from person to person. The idea here is reader response. Diba? When you have the reader response theory or the reader response criticism or affective theory, there is affective theory on that matter, then that becomes extrinsic analysis, that becomes subjective. But if you are going to say objective criticism like the text itself, then that's the thing, that's objective because it's the text and that's the text. We cannot change the text.
Yeah.
Do you understand? So
Yes, sir.
that's intrinsic analysis. Now, basically in literature, let's refresh, huh? Basically in literature, there are two means of analysis or criticism: intrinsic criticism and extrinsic criticism. When we say text itself, objective criticism, text, there are objective criticism, it's objective. The text, uh, like when we say hyperbole, when we say synecdoche, when we say metonymy, when we say simile, when we say metaphor, talking about the text, that there are 5 metaphors in the poem, that there is flashback in the short story of Edgar Allan Poe. That is objective criticism. Do you get me? That's not reading, that's literature. Okay, but then if we would say that because of the experience I had in my high school, that I can relate to the meaning of the poem of Edgar Allan Poe, then that is subjective because your high school experience differs from one another, from each other. That is subjective. That is reader response. And that's why when you teach literature, please do not make it threatening to the students that the students will not be able to talk anymore because there is no other correct answer but that of the teacher. Diba? That's how to you are a contributory, or you are the contributor, not a contributor, but you are the contributor in making literature difficult for the students. That's why most students hate literature, because you don't let them love literature. In as much as your analysis is objective, whatever is read from one book, mo sa inyong sundon. Okay? That's not how a literature teacher should do. You are not a major of literature. You don't have a business of teaching literature if that is the way you teach. Okay? Listen, give the students the chance to express themselves. If you think that the interpretation of that particular student is way far and far outside of what you have read from the text that you have read, from the criticisms of other authors that you've read, please give him the benefit of the doubt, because that's his experience, whether practical, whether vicarious, whether actual or real life experience. Nakasabot. Nakasabot. For example, I would say it's really I can feel the birth the birthing process of a pregnant woman who is about to deliver a baby. That's my vicarious experience because I cannot do that. But I can relate to how a, a, a mother to be would feel the pain when she is on labor. Understand? Nasabtan ko?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So, mao na ang literature. It reflects life. It imitates life. It talks about life. After all, it is the experience of the reader, not of anybody else, all the time. Although, mayin ka, uy, based on the biography of the author, it is this and it is that. Okay, no problem. That's another way of analyzing it. That's psychological, subjective criticism. Okay? Or we call it biographical criticism based on the biography of the author. There are four means of general means of analyzing a particular literary piece. Pero reading is really different. It's a passport. It's a pathway to understanding literary piece. Kaya kung ikaw, wa ka kasabot pod sa imong gibasa, dili ka ka-express sa imong experience. Follow? So different yun na siya.
Yes, sir.
Different yun na siya. So mao na akong gikuan si kinsa to ni who was the presenter gani? Chavez? Balik ko ta ni Chavez. Unless there are other inputs that you would like or insights that you would like to share before let's finalize Chavez proposal. Wala? Jaira, would you like to say something? Because your name is projected on screen.
No, sir. I just agree with what you just discussed.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you. So
Yeah,
can
well.
yeah, go on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we can carry on actually. Let's hear from Chavez what she's about to say.
Okay, so that's why I said, Chavez, I would like you to correct your thinking now, your point of view that reading comprehension is not literature, my dear. So we cannot have reading comprehension for literature class. Okay? We can have siguro reciprocal teaching strategies for unsa nga literature dai or Philippine lit or world literature, huh?
World Lit, Doc.
Or world literature or world
Yes.
literatures,
Yes.
because it is now world or for literatures of the world. That's the new title. So
Yeah.
reciprocal teaching, ayan ang strategies. Just say reciprocal teaching for literatures of the world. Ana ang title dai.
Sige.
But reading comprehension is part and parcel of that. Sa to pa, ang dako nga body is literatures of the world, but you are utilizing comprehension of the students so that they would understand the message of the literary piece that you are teaching.
Yes.
Nagsabot, using reciprocal teaching. Okay,
Yes.
dai?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Sige, mo na, Chavez.
Yes, Doc. Thank you so much, Doc.
Moment, reciprocal. I'm writing teaching
For
literatures of
the world.
Okay. So usban ang hunahuna kay college ra ba ni Inday? Kay og masayop ang imaestra, generations will suffer. May pag masayop ang engineer, usa lang ka building ang ma-collapse. Na?
Yes, Doc.
Okay. Sige, darling. Can we proceed to Ay lang mo kahadlok ha kay ako mao gina ako ang style. Moderate gidayin ko pa because that's what I would want to happen. Huh? Okay. Can I do I understand that we only have we have two more, no, Tinggal and Waminal. Panilain? Kinsa pailain. In my record, I have only Marlene and Sean. After that, no more.
Puro, sir.
Kinsa?
Puro.
Inok, sir.
A moment, Kinsa.
Si Inok, sir.
A moment. Inok, where is Inok? Inok, yes. And the other one is?
Puro.
Yeah, sorry. So can we have Inok first?
Ako, sir.
Yeah.
Madungog na ako, sir.
Sure, very loud and clear.
So my topic.
Sige, Day.
My topic is factors that contribute to the success of English 9 online learning at Tulo-Tulo National High School during COVID-19 pandemic.
A moment. Did I not give Hello? Did I
Yes,
not
sir.
give a comment about your ano?
The title, sir?
Yeah. Inok? Is that my
Yes, sir.
comment?
Inok Magdalene.
A moment, huh?
Your comment, sir, is go for your online title.
Go for the online title?
Go for your online katong kuan. Agree ka sa akong online, sir. Ako sa tanaw sa comment.
On screen,
Hold on,
continue your plan about online learning as your probable research topic to study about. And then,
yes, sir.
Improve, refine your rational. Sige. So, sige, darling. Go on.
So I have 3 reasons why I choose this topic. So the first reason is I choose this topic because the topic is very personal to me since I am currently working as a teacher. I am affected in the implementation of blended learning. The Department of Education said that distance learning modalities shall be utilized in line with the enhanced community quarantine being implemented in Cebu City and other high-risk areas. The implementation of blended learning is my first reason why I choose this topic. The second one, classes can be conducted online to stop the spread of, that is not the second one, the third one then. The second one, I hear negative comments about online education from my co-teacher. So I am eager to know if their speculation are really true. Mo? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
The third reason, classes can be conducted online to stop the spread of coronavirus disease. So COVID-19 is the reason why I choose this topic. So other related studies which are similar to my study, the study of Richardson and Swan, the study of Daly, and the study of Lowell.
Sige. Sorry to cut you, but then that will be reserved for your related lit and related studies in your working bibliography, at the same time annotated bibliography. I just would like you to limit your title. That's too long for a title.
Oh, it's too long.
Yeah. So how will you simplify it?
Factors that contribute to the success of English 9 online learning during COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, that's too long. How are we going to cut that? Focus on the very important words, which maybe some of you, I don't like factors. I don't like it to start with factors. That's too term paperish.
Okay, sir. So, akong title na lang is The Success of English 9 Online Learning at Tulo-Tulo National High School During COVID-19 Pandemic. So, no more factors.
Excuse me, are you sure that it's successful? Why are you preempting the success? So, therefore, it's already done. Not meaning the study is about to be published. A good title for article that is to be published. I mean, you are not yet done with the study. You have not yet conducted with the study. Therefore, what will you do?
So maybe sir, the effect of online learning, the effect of
Again, you're not listening. You did not listen. The word effect. I asked that question many times about effect and efficacy versus effectiveness. Naminaw ka ganina, wala.
naminaw sir.
Yeah, nga nung man to mahinumdumi, nga dili ko musugot sa effect. Kanang factors, kanang
To
effect.
answer.
Term paper, kay na dayoy, term paper. Too simple. By the way, ha, as I've said, I would like to repeat so that you will not get me wrong, no? It's not an insult kay among ourselves. We are here because we want to share and we want to learn, diba? That's why you're here. So, ayaw mo kaguol kung if that's my approach so that you'll always remember. Yeah. Don't think that you are above over the others and don't think that you're also below from others. I mean, it's just equal right and opportunity. So the only thing is I have the authority to say that me being your professor, diba? Sige. So if you see success, human na. Conclusive na siya. Ngano mag-study pa man ka kung successful na di ay. Get my point?
Yes, sir.
So nawa
Yeah, I
na
get your
factors that contribute to the success putol. So unsay nabilin?
English 9 online learning at Tulo-Tulo National High School during COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay. Do we need to put Tulo-Tulo National High School during COVID-19 pandemic? Or do we need to put Tulo-Tulo National High School when it can be placed in the problem?
Yeah, you're correct, sir.
Okay, what is now left?
So English 9 online learning during COVID-19 pandemic.
Very good. That's the title. Tanawa, masabtan ba? Tanawa.
English 9 online learning.
It is
yes,
intended.
sir.
It is
very
intended.
understandable.
It's intended for English 9 online
learning.
Nya para asam nang anong nag-online man ta because of the COVID during
COVID-19
pandemic. Guapa. That's the title. Again, what's your title, Enoch?
My title is English 9 online learning during COVID-19 pandemic.
So in itself, understandable?
Yes, sir. Very understandable. Thank you for your idea.
Okay, that's it. Next, we have Poro, Jasmine. Mas JB. Moment, Jasmine. Kaya ang operator wala pa, nag-CR pa.
Yes, sir. First slide lang ta, sir.
Okay, go. Gigutom di ay. Saan yung orasan na? 7. No, not anymore. Not anymore. No more next slide. You're done. Sorry.
Si Jasmine na ni sir. First slide lang, sir.
Jasmine, Poro. Yes. Slide
yes,
1.
Sir. Slide 1.
Okay, go on.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So the English as a second language challenges arising in the learning process was my original title. So since you were asking me of what instructional strategies will I be using to meet the challenges. I'd like to propose a new title, sir.
What is that? Go.
Exploring generative approach in teaching English as a second language.
Okay, a moment. What is that teaching English as a second language, Jasmine? What do you mean by that? Is that a specific subject or course in college?
No, sir. English for um, students for I mean Filipino students learning English as a second language.
Sorry. Sa ato pa, you are not a classroom teacher. You
I
are
am
an ESL.
no, sir. I am a public high school teacher.
Okay. So what specific grade level are you going to employ generative approach?
Grade 10, sir.
Grade?
Grade 10.
So how will you do that now? How will you
Okay,
improve your
sir.
title? Sige.
Okay, sir.
How will
So,
you improve? What will be your title now?
um, exploring generative approach in teaching English to grade 10. Grade 10.
In teaching grade 10 English.
In teaching grade 10 English.
Or pwede po bingon kay approach naman ano, may karon generative approach
Generative.
for grade 10 English. Iba na mo bo?
Generative
Okay.
approach. Sa ganito,
For
sir? For.
generative approach for grade 10 English.
Mm-mm.
Nya, kanang imong gustong gigaray-garay nga second language, exploring, you do that in the problem statement.
Yes, sir.
Go direct to the point. That means you are going to test the effectiveness of generative approach in the teaching of grade 10 English. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Sige.
Correct, sir.
So now, what is your title?
Generative approach for grade 10 English.
Okay, now, therefore, you are going to justify why is it, what is generative approach?
Mm-mm.
Go.
Generative approach, sir, or generative learning is a theory that suggests that the learning process is based on the memory that is already stored in our brains. Therefore, as new data is added to our long-term memory, it becomes a part of our new knowledge. So the role of generative strategy is for learners to identify new information by selecting essential information, readjusting and integrating the newly acquired information with what they already know. So I am actually will be using the generative learning strategies of Fiorella and Mayer of 2016. They have suggested that there is not one um, most effective strategy in learning, especially learning a second language or English for that matter. They have suggested 8, sir. They have suggested 8 excuse me, learning strategies or generative learning strategy. These are summarizing, mapping, drawing, imagining, self-testing, self-explaining, teaching, and enacting. That's it, sir.
Okay, so um, if I may ask one more question,
Yes,
how
sir.
will you conduct this study? I mean, what's your plan? How will you
Actually,
do
sir,
this?
yes, sir. So I'd like to actually, I would like to employ the suggested generative learning strategy of Fiorella and Mayer uh, to assess the learning performance of our students, especially in Pacnan National High School, where there is an increasing number of students who are tagged as frustrated and non-reader of the English language, according to our SMEA, or we call that um, is Schools Monitoring Evaluation and Assessment
Okay,
in 2019.
if I may cut you short, what do you mean by grade 10 English? What's the focus of grade 10 English? What's the treatment? Is it language? Is it literature? A combination?
I would like to be honest, sir, and unfortunately, at this point in time, I'm not teaching any English subject. I am teaching values education.
No, but for purposes of research, you have to teach.
Mm-mm. Yeah,
You
yes,
have to
sir. Yes, sir.
request your principal that you will be
Mm-mm.
given at least a load of English, one English load. But haven't
Y-
you also looked into the curriculum guide of English 10?
Wala pa, sir. Sa grade 10, wala pa.
Okay. Anyway, um, sige. Now, if I may suggest, you're mentioning generative learning. Is it not better to call it
Yes, sir.
generative learning than approach?
Actually, much better siguro, sir, generative learning.
Why? Why would you choose learning over approach when your proposal is
I
approach?
think that when the learning, I think, is a more understandable vocabulary.
Why? Approach cannot be understood. I just would like
Understood naman said, sir.
I would like you to hit the reason. I agree with you. Learning is better than approach. But why? I mentioned that in the first meeting. What is approach? What is method? What is strategy?
Because when we talk unsa
Go
ganito,
on.
sir,
Go
magalimot
on.
na ko.
Oh,
Hi, ma'am. Can I help you? Well,
go on.
if I remember it right, the approach is still on the mind.
Ah,
Still,
yes, yes,
it's
the
a
concept.
concept.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. I remember now.
Okay, you can continue.
So continue. Justify. You are given uh the the hint. So Jaira gave you the hint about what approach is and why is learning better than approach.
Because, sir, as I already remembered, concept, I mean, approach is just a concept. Therefore, when we use the word learning, we are already on the process.
Application of
Yes,
approach.
application, sir.
That's it. That's it. Okay.
I
Thank you
thank
for
you.
that. Okay. So you're
Thank you,
done.
sir.
Can we proceed now to
Thank you, sir.
Merlin Tingal?
Yes, sir. Um,
Merlin. There's a problem with your connection. Can okay? Can I skip you for a moment, Marlene? We'll proceed to Sean. Maybe after Sean, your signal would be okay. Okay? Sige. Can we have Sean Waminal? Kinsa? Sean.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Next time, kindly change your uh how do you call it? Add your name there. Maglibog ta siyan kay basig di na nahin ta kailan nimo. Unsa na imong nga
Sorry, sir.
diha? Michaelson?
Nicholas
Mika
Michelson. Sorry, sir.
Nicolas? Oh, imo siguro ng idol no.
From the
Oh,
original.
imo nang keke, bantay ka lang. Sean, you change it so that we will not be misled.
I will.
Sige. Okay. Para ba kaayo? Liwat na ako buhok. Sige, darling.
Yes, sir.
Your Waminal is really pronounced as Waminal. I had a friend, Waminal as an O.
Si Ana Waminal, sir, or favorite Debbie Waminal?
The sped teacher.
Si Ana Katrina Waminal Watin.
Watin, yes.
She's my aunt, sir.
Yang anong walahi man mong spelling?
Family reason.
Okay. Sige. Continue.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. I am Sean. For those who don't know me, And today I am going to present to you my title of my research. So the title is all about ICT oriented language education in teaching English, but I would like to change it first since I am going to use grade 10. So it should be ICT oriented language education for grade English.
Louder. ICT
And then
orient.
so
Moment, Sean. ICT oriented
yes,
language
oriented
education.
education for grade 10 English.
Okay, go.
So what did I how did I come up with uh, language oriented language education since grade 10 right now are using uh, technology uh, as a 21st century teacher, we need to use ICT to integrate our lesson in English because if we are going to plain talk and talk and talk, the students will be bored in our class. That's the time that they are going to that they don't like English as a subject and also as a language. So according to Malaysia 27, the term ACT there is a forms of technology used for creating, displaying, storing, manipulating, and exchanging information. And that's the purpose why we are having emails, video chatting. That's what you call online media form. So is ICT specifically computer-based technologies such as laptops, desktops, tablets, smartphones. Why we are coping up with a new normal. That's what you call online learning. But again, there's disadvantage on it. The next is for our the research gap. So the thing that is uh, in ICT or oriented language education, it can be monitored and controlled by the teacher. The teacher can help. However, if the teacher will give tasks to the students, the problem there is it cannot be monitored and it cannot be controlled by the teacher because the learners will have to go to the piso net or shall we say the hog hog piso. But instead of working out with the assignment or homework, the thing there is they will have the most of their time playing games rather than researching and surfing. Another one is there is a question that if ICT oriented language education is only applicable to school to school, not for school to home or like for this one, which is online learning. So this study aims to know the influence of ICT-oriented language education for grade 10 English, how they motivate the learners to improve their English language learning, and what are the aspects of ICT-oriented language education could help the learners to improve their English language. That would be all.
Okay, any reaction from the group? Anybody would like to talk? At least there will be 3 comments. Who will start?
Sir, it's just in the question. I mean, in the title.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering if there is no hyphen after ICT.
Ah, yeah, there is. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Bermejo. Was it Bermejo?
Yes, sir. It's Bermejo, sir.
Thank you, darling. What
Oh,
else? When you say ICT-oriented language education for grade 10 English, is there any redundancy that you've noticed?
The word language and English, sir.
Yeah.
ICT oriented education in English.
Now, ICT-oriented language education is let's just say, give me a second. Second, back. It's what you call another method that the teacher will use during her class. While English 10 there or grade 10 English is focusing whole lot with the English subject alone. So it's a two different word.
Okay.
What are you saying?
Language education.
Language education is not in English 10?
No, sir. The language education there mainly focus with the word ICT alone. So, it's in incorporate corporation, sir, ba?
A moment,
So,
a moment. ICT oriented language education. Are you saying that language is ICT language?
yes, sir.
Huh?
No, not the ICT language, sir, na katong mga uh,
Terminologies.
yes, not the terminologies. No, sir. Like for example, uh the use of the electronic books.
And so, I mean, these
The
are just platforms.
kana
I
mga
mean, did I get you right that the ICT oriented activities are activities using the different ICT platforms in the teaching of English? Did I get it right or no? Meaning, in the teaching of English language, you'll be using katong different platforms that you mentioned in your. Can you show the second slide? This is like a second slide. Next slide. But you're saying ICT specifically refers to computer-based technologies, meaning the student will be oriented to desktops, laptops, tablets, smartphones, and software, internet-based, and so on, email, website, on other social networking activities that will help. These are the modes in the teaching of English. Did I get it right? Because it's ICT
okay, sir, yeah.
oriented. Huh?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Okay.
But
So
as what I have, but
let,
as
let,
what I have, like research,
yeah.
uh, yes, sir. I don't know if I am correct or not, but as what I have researched, naruto ko nasabtan, sir.
That you understood that unsa man?
That by the use of there are certain words. I no 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 no. There are, let's just say, those are the ways for them to enhance more.
Let's go back to the first screen.
Just I
Ito, JB. When you look at this, it's ICT oriented language education. It's just a very simple expression of also simply saying ICT oriented
uh-huh.
English teaching. Di ba? ICT-oriented English teaching. Sa ato pa, you're going as a teacher in the teaching of English, I will be
Uh-huh.
using ICT. Di ba?
In
Is that?
teaching my lessons.
Is that? When I
Yes,
teach, specifically, English can be language or lit, no? If I
yes, sir.
teach language, if I teach grade 10 English language, I'll be using ICT-oriented
Oriented.
techniques or modes.
Okay, so that's would be techniques or
Moment. It's not yet. I'm processing. I'm
yes, sir.
processing so that you can arrive at the correct terminology. So you're with me. You're with me to say that you are going to use ICT based activities in the teaching of English 10. This is teaching.
Yes,
This is teaching English. we are not
yes,
going
sir.
to we are not going to test whether the use of computer, whether the use of unsa pa na, internet, whether the use of unsa pa na siyang uban. These are modes in the teaching of English. But when your topic is ICT based, so that the students would be able to understand it better, trying to, manipulate the gadgets, then that can help them understand the concepts of English. Did I get it right?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, if you would say ICT oriented language education, what is that? Is that doable? ICT oriented language education, is it not too broad? What will you do so that you can have something to promote in the teaching of English? Because by just saying it, we can promote this by the word of mouth. But as an English teacher, what is your contribution to the teaching of English to grade 10 students? By doing something. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
So what will you do? You will
So we
be
have
doing
to
what? As a teacher, what will you do so that you can teach that? You can use ICT oriented. I have another question to guide you. What is your focus in teaching grade 10 English? Is it language? Is it literature? Or, or is it reading? Language, kay reading, grade 10 man, no?
sir.
Grade 10 is already having literature. Elementary for
Yes, sir.
reading. Okay, so what is that? Language or lit?
Language, sir.
Language. Sa ato pa, you are going to teach language. Your focus for English 10 is language. How will you
Yes,
teach
sir.
language? How will you teach language? You're going to use ICT. Correct? Correct? So what will you do? What will you make so that you can teach language using ICT? As a teacher, what will be your first step in teaching language using ICT? What is your intervention ba? What will you do in the classroom?
Allow them to explore.
How are they going to explore? What will you do for them to explore?
Allow them to use, manipulate gadgets, the computer itself.
So how do you call that if they are going to manipulate gadgets in learning language? What is that? What are they doing in the classroom?
Wait, that's
What
what
are
I
you
want.
giving? What are you giving to your students? Very, very specific thing that you will give to them so that they can work on.
Information, rules.
Information can just be spoken. What very distinct thing that you will give them so that they will work on language education?
Guidelines.
Guidelines? When you give guidelines, what is that? They will be
The, ru-
doing some. Louder?
the
No,
rubrics.
no, no, no. As a teacher, what do you usually do? What do you
Scaffolding,
usually
sir.
prepare?
Wala sa
Louder?
yan.
Is
Louder?
it scaffolding?
Scaffolding, no? I don't know.
Excuse me. A general question, huh? As a teacher, when you teach a concept, how will you do that? As a teacher, when you teach a concept and you would like to use the computer base, that you are going to use online thing, but what will you prepare as a teacher? You will immediately give them activity?
Instructional material.
Yes. You are going to
LM,
make
learning
instructional.
materials.
You are going to make instructional material. Mamo na
Mm.
itong unahon god ug magtudlo ta nga mo diretso lang dahil tanan sa utok tanan.
Instructional.
Ningon ka gani nag lesson plan. Pero para nako better if it's English 10, you have to give them instructional material. What is in the instructional material? These are the activities, the English learning activities using those ICT-based modes.
Activity.
Nakuha ko siyan.
Yes, sir. Ako lang gilista.
Therefore, let's go back to the screen. Let's go back to the screen to be specific. How is it now phrased?
ICT integrated learning for English term.
Okay lang ng ICT oriented, but what is take out language education there?
Okay. So it should be ICT oriented for
No. ICT oriented what?
ICT oriented activities.
Okay. ICT oriented activities for
English, a grade 10 English.
For grade 10 language education.
Okay. For
Mas lami. ICT oriented activities for grade 10 language education.
Language education.
Di ba mas gwapa?
Yes, sir.
Masabtan? So, magbuhat ka og activities. Unsa man na siya? Magbuhat kag module, magbuhat kag material where the activities are, and what are those activities? Oriented, ICT oriented. Nakuha ko. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So that's your title. Again, what's your title?
ICT oriented activities for grade 10 language education.
Correct.
Murag ready na jud ko sa thesis anilo. Activity.
Pwede ra sa kung gusto mo siya mo simplify mo yung nansag ka nga ICT oriented activities for grade 10 English, pwede naman sad, and then language education will be in the problem para kung gusto kitang mumubo pag yun ba. But you have to operationally define that in the definition of terms later on. Ang imong grade 10 English is focused on language education. But if you would want to retain language education para something different, pwede lang yapon. ICT-oriented activities for grade 10 language education, or it could be ICT-oriented activities for grade 10 English.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sige, darling. So we have now Tingal Merlin. I hope Tingal's connection is stable now.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir? Anong good, sir?
Huh? Why? What happened to
Sir, kayo
Poro?
mo ganyan ako.
Sige. Sige, Poro. You can go ahead. Relax. But you have to ask, ha, Poro? You have to ask for the next assignment. Also, kindly, if you can contact Poro because she has pressure is high. Maybe because na pressure po siya sa presentation. But then just tell her about, because I have something to give you after this, after Tingal. Okay, Tingal. Marlene. Yeah, dili pa siya makakonect. Di na ba kumu siya na lang, di na kumukonsit, di na
Sir,
kumu.
sir,
Yes, Marlene.
sir, Doc.
Marlene, yeah,
okay.
yeah. Marlene, ani? Marlene? Sige, dai.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Doon, sir?
Loud and clear.
Hi. Sige ka ko disconnect, sir. Sorry kayo. Okay,
Sige, darling.
anyway, good evening, sir. So, my proposed title is Subtitled Videos for Grade 8 Reading Comprehension. Yes, sir. I have 3 reasons, sir, why I want to have this kind of, I want to have research. First one is new normal. Because of the pandemic, so DepEd is trying to offer alternative learning sources. One of that one is online learning. So this one is applicable. And another one, sir, is the reading comprehension results. So this is based on my personal experience. In our school, a lot of students has this kind of problem comes to reading comprehension, which affects other subjects. I think that is makarelate ang answer. Another one is reading. For students, reading is a tedious task. They find it hard, they find it boring. Maybe because na siya gamay, maybe because teachers
Naputol na po siya. Let's wait for Merlene to be reconnected. Anyway, she's the last presenter. What time is it now?
7:45.
Okay. We all have the luxury of time for the second round. Marlene, okay na kaday? Marlene, I can't hear you.
hello.
Yeah, go on.
Hi, sir, so sorry. Okay, going back to reading as a tedious task because most of the students now and most of the students find it hard and boring. So maybe because there's something to do with the technique by the teacher. Because sometimes teachers simply give written text and then the students will read it. It is subtract. Okay, so subtitle video, sir, aid vocabulary.
Okay, so never mind. Because you are on a static mode of your presentation. I mean, the words are not that clear, but we are able to get the idea in your presentation on that screen that the reason why you are using or why you would want to propose the title is because of that new normal thing. And that's to avoid um, face-to-face interaction. That's why you would have subtitled video for them to be able to improve their reading comprehension, because based on result, reading comprehension in your locality among students, students reading comprehension in your locality has not or does not have a good result. And then since reading is a tedious task, you would want to have subtitled video to substitute reading, actual reading per se. But my point there is that that will discourage students to really read because they are very dependent on subtitled videos. And in fact, when you even when you teach literature, it's not advisable to let them view a video or any film for that matter prior to the teaching of literature. It is more advisable to let them read first, actual reading, actual reading, then after which you can let them compare from what they've read to what they will be able to witness or view, because if you will let them view first, they will not anymore imagine. So the senses, the perceptual senses are not exercised. Students would become lazy. Students would become very dependent on what they see. Although we would say that in the 21st century, students are visual learners, nothing wrong with it. But when you teach literature, when you teach reading, do not do that unless it is a reinforcement of actual reading. I hope that is how will you do it. There's nothing wrong when you are going to use subtitled videos, but then and again, do not start reading class with videos. Cannot be heard. Ako di mabati.
Madungog ra ka, sir.
Yeah. But then ingon ka recorded. So you can forward that record so that rather she, will be able to get me. Do you have question of what I have said? I mean, are you agreeable or disagreeable in
Yes, sir.
teaching? I mean, it's a wrong practice. It's a wrong practice. I know you would always debate with me that had you been there in actual uh, high school, sir, you will result or you will resort to giving the students immediately video, or you will immediately let them view something rather than letting them read, because students are very lazy to read, because you are just trying to, let us say, join the phenomenon. It has to be, as our responsibility as a reading teacher is really to correct them to really have to read. I mean, we are not teaching reading if we are going to let them view. So sorry to tell you that there are teachers, English teachers, who are lazy. Because these teachers will just, sir, it is time consuming, sir, we cannot anymore beat the schedule since it is already allocated that it's only good for one meeting. I mean, it's about quantity. Quality is suffered, is sacrificed rather, di ba?
Yes.
Yeah, what happens to the result? Kamo ang ingon, hinungdan. That's the reason why we are below, far below in the performance. Philippines is very poor in reading comprehension. Ikapila ganita? From the bottom?
75th.
75th. From the top, from the bottom. From the bottom.
From the bottom, we're third, sir.
Ikapila?
Third, I think.
Third from the bottom. Di kakaguol ko ba ni Ana, oy? Third from the bottom.
Second lowest.
So sa ato
Second
pa,
lowest.
Philippines is very poor. Nya proud kay ta nga
Lowest.
we are second language learners, ESL, English as a second language, because English is taught at the kindergarten up to college. Pero look what happened. It's a wrong practice, because the teacher,
Also in science and mathematics.
ay na lang, ato lang in English, because ang teachers ang problema. We are not actually real English teachers. We are fake. Sus pagkapaita. And it has been a social cancer. Cancer na kaina. Di na gina maayo sa Philippine setting. Philippine education is really very poor. Unya, kanus am na to i-correct. Bisa saan pa na to hilak, no? We cannot cry over spilled milk, but at this point in time, maybe you can help. I mean, it's just about DepEd siguro, no, that we are very conscious of the tests. That's why even in testing, di na ganita mo tudlo hinuon ato nang tudloan unsaon pag cheat during the division test.
Yes. Sakto, Joe.
So mao man na I was a product of that before nga naa gani division test akong maestra sa elementary nami symbol oy unsay unsay A unsay answer sa B unsay C unsay D tudloan na mi daan na signal. So we are not promoting comprehension because students do not read the instructions. Students would become very dependent on the signs or the signal given by the teacher, so that the teacher will not be rated low in the performance evaluation. Mao man na. After all, it is about money. Kay if you are poor in performance o gamay ka wa kay kuan, unsa na wala kay unsa na ato ang dawaton?
Performance based
PBB.
on
Wala kay PBB. Okay, kwarta ra man ang gihunahuna. Kay if you have a high
budget.
score in if you're a high score in PBB, dako kag madawat. Kung low ang imong PBB, gamay kag madawat. O mao na. I mean, sir, let us be practical. Yes, while we are practical, we will also have to be very dedicated to what we profess to be. O nga
But before, sir, kay MPS ang basihan, anak, sir.
laging anong nagmaestra man ta kung dili na to itudlo og maayo, di ba? So mao man na, I mean, maybe I'm barking at the wrong tree, but you are the soldiers of the person whom I would really bark at. So kamo na lang siguro ang kamo lang ang instrument to change the phenomenon. Kamo man ang naa sa frontliners. Kung COVID pa ni, kamo ang naunag katakod. So kamo untay matakdan karon. I hope. No? Ang naong ni siya, no? Okay. That's my point, no? I mean, nothing wrong if we are going to use that. Nana si Merlin? Wala si Merlin pa makakonect? Wala good, no? So maybe you can tell, you have a contact with Merlin, di ba?
She's trying to get in sa conduct, sa Zoom meeting.
Yeah. Okay, but even then, if she cannot catch up, because I'll be having my generalization, my processing of the activity, so that we can move on to the next activity, round 3 next meeting. Okay, because all of you already have presented for round 2, then we'll have round 3, and that will be for activities 2 and 3. Diba? I told you through JV that activities 2 and 3 that are supposed to be submitted today will be moved to next week.
Yes.
Okay. So in your Google Classroom, you will have to be submitting the activity number 2. But even before going to that, I would like to just suggest to Merlin that she can use subtitled videos, but then again, it is very simple that it can be done by an undergraduate student in her thesis proposal. So perhaps she has to think, kindly tell her, or in the record, she has to think, Merlin has to think about something like maybe a bigger scope that subtitled videos can be part of it. Although I gave her the go signal to have subtitled video as a possible topic, but I realized in our discussion along the way that it's very, very simplistic. Merlin is already here.
Sir,
I hope Merlin is listening right now. Merlin, are you with us?
sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Sige.
sir.
So Merlin, we were talking about subtitled video, and that subtitled video, Merlin, for me, is not a good practice for a reading teacher to adapt. No, in as much as we are not teaching actual reading, if we will let them view a subtitled video at the beginning. of reading activity. It can be better used, Merlin, if the students will really have to read the story, or whatever is that you are going to let them read. Then after reading, after actual reading, you will have to give them comprehension question for them to be able to, you have to process, and after which you are going to let them view a video, the subtitled video, and after that you will let them compare what is in the text that is not in the video and what is in the video that is not found in the text. Doing so, you're having an intertextuality as a kind of theory. Intertextuality theory by Jacques Derrida. Literature, that's a literature teaching, no? Sa ato pa, ang imong pagpabasa, when you teach them how to read, you are teaching them how to compare what is not and what is in there, and what's the common, and what is the similarity, and what is the difference. So comparison contrast. Isn't it okay, Merlin? Nawa na pod. Nawa na sad. Tagadiin din ni siya. Anyway, we will be forwarding the recorded activity today so that you can also review. So anyway, Merlin, you can just privately communicate with me. You can call me maybe tomorrow or Monday so that everything will be clear to you. Anyway, you already have presented. All I have to do is just to modify or clarify or refine your title. Maybe we can add something in there, but still you can use this video, the subtitle video, but the process of doing so is the thing that I would like to emphasize. Okay, so do you have something to say to Merlin? Anybody, at least 3 people, to say something to Merlin? No more? Nobody who would like to share his or her thoughts about Merlin's proposal for enlightenment, for clarification?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, Jeneline? Mylene. Mylene.
Yes, sir. Maybe I would agree with what you've said, sir, that it's better for the students to read first before going to like watching a video, because we have to consider the MIs of the students. So if we would just immediately tell our students, okay, you have to watch the video, blah, blah, blah. So maybe there would be some students who would prefer reading it first. And that's it.
And if those students who do not like to read will also be
Can watch.
probably would like to have the watching
The watching.
watching part.
So it's tackling the multiple intelligence as well.
Okay, that could be another.
For me, sir, since I've been teaching English subject for 7 years now, that's one of the techniques that I am going to use before I am going to let them watch the movie. I am going to let them first read the story. Such an example found in the story of in the literature of the world from grade 10. That's the Gorgon's head. So we are talking about Medusa. So there's a story in the book, and there's also a story which is like an action scene. So the title of that one is The Clash of the Titans. So right after that one is right after they are going to read the book, then I am going to set a day for the movie. Let's just say today for the book, then tomorrow for the movie. Right after the one, I am going to give them tasks like I want you to compare and contrast what you have seen and what you have read in the book. Let's just see what would others say what are the differences. So makita sa mga estudyante sir nga, sir, lahi lagi si Medusa, lahi lagi diri sir. Then that's the time that they are very eager to learn Greek mythology because first thing and foremost, I love Greek mythology. So Greek mythology is the foundation. Then kaibaw na sila daan because they are players of sa gini dula gani like uh, ML or I don't know what's the online game nga na ay the character there has a name of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. So that's the time that they are going to research more and more about Greek mythology.
Okay, congratulations, no? Congratulations for uh, doing it so seriously and correctly. Okay, but I would like to pick out something. When you said that the students realized that there is a difference of the character of Medusa from what they have read compared to that of the thing that they have witnessed or watched from the video. So how did you process the activity? What was your answer? How did you process that? Can you share?
Ako din, sir.
Because because I got it from you. So how did you process? That's very important. So that they would value something.
At first, sir, like right after they are done with
A moment. Go direct to the point, Sean.
the thing,
When the student said, "Sir, lahi lagi ang among nabasa, i-compare na mo sa among natanaw." So, what was your response? Or how will you do that? How will you process?
number one is I am going to say, very good. You have done something amazing. Uh, then after which I am going to let's just say uh, not going to give my own response with the question itself. Then storytelling. That there are lots of series and books and revisions why Medusa is like this on the story and other books, and why Medusa is like this on the let's just say the movie. That's the time, sir, that they are going to research right after kay night high school man, so makakuan pa wala pa curfew before, so that's the time that they are going to research, then pagkaugma another question aside.
So that
Kailangan-
means you will have to give them processing questions. So
yes,
that
sir.
they can come up with a generalization. So meaning that's a big role of the teacher. Like when they are able to differentiate, compare, contrast, it's nice to also generalize and tell them that you might as well be asking, how come or what senses have been used or what senses did you use in coming up with that perception? So that you can give value that in reading there is a big value of or a big role of perceptual senses because through the text that they have read, the sense of usually sense of all the five senses will be involved, no? Because they can imagine through imagination, through the descriptive words, they can feel, they can see how beautiful, how ugly Medusa would be.
Yes.
But it's about the text rather than immediately seeing it. Because if you will let them see how Medusa looks like, they cannot anymore use their thinking, their imagination, how Medusa looks like if it's reading. Diba? So that's the point that I would like you to tell to your students why we need to read, because it will exercise our cognitive domain. Di ba? Oh, why are they able to feel pity on that particular incident when they have not witnessed it? Because of the descriptions. Nga, ang iyong emotive power is also being titillated. Correct?
Yes.
Why do you feel angry at a character when you read? Lagot ko tong karaktera? Nga naman. Because they are imagining. It's the power of imagination. That is the benefit of reading. Correct? Tumaw na
Yes.
akong gustong ipa-realize sa mga bata. So that they would also value, uy, mabasa dito. Uy, kay ato ma-exercise mo na itong utok. Okay? So I hope other teachers will also do the same. Although it's taxing, it is time consuming, but it's fulfilling at the end. Okay, last comment. That's why it's colloquium, because you have to share what we have experienced. Any other courageous soul? What about yung sama ni? Who else? Is it Bones? Bones ba ni?
It's John Ray, Doc. Sorry, it's my nickname.
Ilisin na sa narito mawa.
Yeah.
Kay kilado. Sige, go.
I'd like to ask for Sir Wominal's topic earlier, sir. Isn't it a bit over researched already? Because I think most of us teachers in public
Sorry.
school.
Excuse me. Can you reserve that question later? I will
Okay,
interject
sir.
you because you're already out of topic. I mean, we are
Okay.
not yet closing the topic of Merlin. We are still talking about the topic of Merlin so that we can give insight to Merlin. But we will go back to you. You can ask
Okay.
Mr. Wamina later on. Sige.
Okay, sir.
Sige. So, do you have something to say about the topic of Merlin?
For Ma'am Merlin, sir, I don't have any
One
comments
last.
about that.
Anybody. We'll get back to you later.
Berlasa, sir.
Yes,
Doc.
Berlasa. Eunice, go on.
Yes, I would agree, Doc, that you have to let the students read first the material or the story before.
Unsa naman to, Merlin, naputol man. Borlasa. Jay. Can you hear me? Others, do you hear me? Ako mo nawa.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Ah,
sir. We can hear you,
si
sir.
Borlasa ang nawala. Jaira, would you like to say something, Jaira? Your name is projected on screen, Jaira.
Unfortunately, sir, I don't have something to say.
Okay. It's just that your name is projected. So, Borlasa, can you continue?
Sir, yes. I would agree, sir, that we will let the students read first the story before letting them view the video, because the students will have can identify the advantages and the disadvantages of a given material or medium. They can compare and contrast if which is unsay mas prefer nila. Asa sila mas maka-learn, mas maka-absorb better sa story.
So it doesn't mean that we also have to discredit the benefits of having or of using subtitled video. I mean, there's no one best method. Would you agree with me? Everything could be best if it does fit to the situation and to the kind of learning material that you're using. However, it's also nice to let them realize that the traditional way of doing so, if I may call it traditional, although for me it's not, reading per se, the actual reading is really very helpful. Because it will really exercise, it will really strengthen, it will really deepen your cognitive aspect because it really tickles your understanding, no? Gitiko ng atong paghuna-huna ni Ana. And then again, we would become more imaginative, would become more comprehensible in a way. Okay? Because we have to really try our best to understand and comprehend rather than really very dependent on what is given to us with a silver platter. It's just like working ba, that if you are going to be born with a golden cup or a silver platter, then the moment life becomes low, you are not ready for that. You're not ready to face those challenges. But if you are going to really exert effort and do something, then whatever would come along your way, you can easily surmount that, di ba? So it's just like reading. So reading is a hard thing, but it would become fulfilling the moment you would come to understand what is supposed to be understood, rather than very dependent, and it's not lasting in a way if you are very dependent. Okay? So is there anything last? No more? Okay. Okay. Now let's project our activity 2 and 3. I'm now going to have my instructions. Daka. Before going to the activity number 2, is there anything that you would like to clarify so far in terms of title, brewing, or narrowing topics for research activity? The one that we did, do you know now how to make a title? Do you know now how to simplify things? Okay na? Wala na gyud mga pangutana diha dapita. Because we already have done step number 1. We are still on step number 1. Ay, by the way, kato si Sir ganina nga na-question ni Sean. Bunyon?
Sir Bonds.
Oo. Sige, unsay imong pangutana ni Sean? Walagi ka mo
Yes,
tingog
Doc.
dayon, my dear. Oh. Oh. Tingog
Doc,
dayon. Sige,
I was
okay.
just going to ask if the topic is not yet over researched and it's not yet kanang unsa na, applied in our setting ba, because I think in public schools, like public teachers are already using ICT oriented activities. So I was wondering if the topic is not over researched already. Sir Shan.
Kuya, what you call it? For me, like in my, like for example, in English alone, no, sir, because I can definitely assure you that among the English teachers in the division of Cebu City, like duha ra mi ka buok, don't mind sa uban, kay duha ra po ako nailhan, kamo na po duha nagisriyahanay, duha ra mi kabok ang naggamit og kuan in ani nga style. Like for example, I am going to ask my ICT in charge na can I use the computer lab for this session? Yung siya nga, sige, log in lang. Then the rest of the teachers, like for grade 7 English, grade 8 English, grade 9 English, are only focusing more on kuan, like instruction based, like role playing, mga kuan, yun ana. Which is for me is kanang good. Pero abot mo good of grade 10, it's another level up because I need to enhance them for senior high school. Kay o kung dili sila kahibaw, maabot sila senior high school, ang the blaming system is dili magud sa estudyante, namang gud sa teacher. Like usa man ning tudlo sa kuan eh. So mo na siya. So that's the reason why I chose ICT oriented. Yeah, nakita sad nako siya sa English teaching approaches nga it's so na murag new to my eyes. Pero ako kahibaw nga ginagamit na ako siya. Mo na siya ang term. So mo na akong gigamit sad.
Respond.
Okay, sir. The question was just if it's over research or not. So, okay na po na.
Are you satisfied with the answer of Mr. Waminal?
Yeah. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. It depends on your reading also, Sean. No? It's not also good to assume that you're only two doing that, no? Because there
Yes, sir.
have been a lot of
Duha ra man gud mi kabuk ang nag-answer na bang murag
maybe in the context of DepEd, no, in Cebu, but there are other local doing the same. So that's why it's very important to have a good reading, to have a good related lit and related studies. Segue to our discussion on activity number 2. So that's a good segue to activity number 2. No, the good question about over-researched, under-researched, abused research, like that. Now, remember that research is not just to discover new things, but research can be a replication of previous researches. So research is to discover things, to discover new things, particularly at the same time is to replicate previous studies that have been done long time ago, but still would be a good thing to be revisited, so that new, let us say, new discoveries, new findings may or might be discovered or might be gathered. So that's the reason. Like in agriculture, for example, when we talk about soil type A, soil type B, soil type C, there is no change of the soil type. It's always soil type A, soil type B, and soil type C, correct? Then how are we going to conduct this particular research of soil type to a particular kind of plant, to a particular kind of locality? So for example, if we're going to say mangroves or herbal or herbs, herbs or medicinal herbs, particular medicinal herbs grown in soil type A in Leyte may have a different yield or different growth rate if we are going to have soil type A, or rather a medicinal herb grown in soil type A in Bohol, in Cebu, and even in Cebu, different parts of Cebu. So nothing new. It might be over researched, but to replicate it may have a new thing, a new output. So that could be the answer, Mr. Kita to Obyon? Bonyon? Bonyol. Ah?
Yes, Doc.
So Bonyol, John Ray. Mao na ang tubag John Ray. So if sa to yung kang Sean audio, sorry,
ICT
ICT
oriented.
ICT oriented activities may be general, but one difference could be a choice. One difference could be the choice of the activities, the choice of the mode that Mr. Waminal will be using. Really different, very
Ay, sa magsaba, be!
kinsa man to, very different compared to other ICT-based activities done by other researchers. Number one consideration, uh, what about the locality? What about the facilities? So if a particular ICT-based instruction or activity prepared by Bonyon, prepared by Waminal, prepared by Merlin, may not be the same in that aspect because of the choice of the platform. That's number one. Or maybe because of the choice of the topic. That's another one. But it's similar in the sense that you are using ICT-based platform. Different in the sense that there are other factors that are not the same as that of the present study. So that could be a good review of related lit and related studies. Nakuha ko?
Yes, Doc.
For
Yes, Doc.
example, another thing. If I'm going uh, to analyze drama, no? For example, Allan Poe's Edgar Allan Poe's short story lang. Kay Edgar Allan Poe is known to be the father of short story, correct? So Edgar Allan Poe's short story or short stories, specifically what particulars? Uh, is it the Black Cat? No, the Black Cat. What else? Uh, can you recall?
The Mask of the Red Death.
Yeah, and then is it the Cask of Amontillado? Is it
Yes, the Casa Amontillado. Is that the
Amontillado? Amontillado. Okay, not Amontillado.
Yes, Doc.
Anyway, it's a double L, but
Amontillado.
it's Amontillado. Anyway, Italian. Now, um, the three. Now, it might be. I mean, the topics are this. I mean, the choices of the short stories are the same, but maybe the elements are different in that sense. And other indicators in the sub problem may vary. There might be differences, there might be similarities. So that will give newness, novelty of your study. The present investigation is different because, or it's new because like that. So you have to reason out. So that's how to play with related lit and related studies in our annotated bibliography. Nakuha ko? So, are you given the enlightenment as to how to do your activity number 2? Because you are going to read related lit and related studies that you could possibly reach uh, insofar as our, how do you call that? Our class is online and we don't have a physical visit to the library. So maybe we can use online sources for this matter. And then you are going to have at least 5 possible related lit and 5 possible related studies. For related lit, there are books online, there are journals online, articles online. And for related studies, there are also research studies published in journals, research journals for that matter. And then you prepare an annotated bibliography. Here, the bibliography is really a bibliography or a working bibliography where you are going to arrange the sources by surname alphabetically. And in as much as we are going to use an MLA, then our style of doing the bibliography begins with the first entry begins with the author. Follow?
Yes, sir.
After the author, you put a period. Next part of the first entry after the author will be the title of the book. Correct?
Yes.
And after that, put a period. And after that, you will go to the what? Publishing? No, no, not yet. Go to the place of
Please.
publication. Like if it's in New York, then New York. If it's in the Philippines, you put Philippines. After which, put a colon. Part of it, meaning part of the place of publication, will be the publishing company. So if it's in the Philippines, you might as well be saying colon Rex Bookstore. Then comma edition, like 2019. Then period. So meaning, if it's an MLA sourcing, the date or the year will be at the last. Claro? So I repeat, author, period. Surname, ha? Author, period. Title of the book, period. Place of publication, colon. Publishing company, comma. Year of publication, period. That is how your bibliography, working bibliography, should look like. And that's the sequence of presentation for the first bibliographic entry, which is alphabetically arranged. So if you are going to have aggravante, so aggravante Raul, yun ana, no? And then next will be Bermejo, blah blah. Next, Kual, and so on and so forth. Understand?
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I have tried to research some of the examples of bibliography online, sir. So there's a lot in that sample. So you mean to say, sir, that we're going to follow this MLA, sir, no, format?
Louder, louder. To
We
follow what?
will we will follow the MLA format.
MLA, MLA.
Yes,
Because
yes,
it's
sir.
modern, MLA is Modern Language Association. We are English majors, you have to follow MLA. Makita man gud ninyo sa later on sa text, mag MLA gani, it is author page. It's not author year. So ang ato bang naandan is author year. Careful with that. No? So it's author page. Kung social science pa mo, o kitaog general science, natural sciences major, amo nang ilang gigamit is APA, American Psychological Association.
Okay, I got it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Napaganitay Chicago and Chicago, napaytay Turabian and Turabian. Okay, but we will have the MLA, and there is a 7th edition MLA online.
Sir.
Okay, so kindly please be guided because I'm just giving you one sample, and then there are variations. Like if there are 3 authors, what will you do it? How will you do it? If there are 4 or more than 3 authors, how will you cite? Diba? And then if for example you're using a periodical, what should come first? And if you are going to have edition, first edition, second edition, it will also matter. So kindly read the 7th edition for your guidance. Clear? It's online. You can Google actually. Okay, so that is the working bibliography. Now, when it becomes an annotated bibliography, so then in the first entry, leave a space and insert paragraph of description why this particular book is similar and why this particular book is likewise different from your proposed topic. Noto akong ingon ganina nga nganong parihaman siguro you have the same methodology or maybe you have different approaches in the analysis or probably you have different indicators in the sub problem or maybe you have the same indicators or measures in measures of effectiveness or you have the same barometer like that or perhaps the conclusion the recommendation would give you the idea. That's why it's related because you intend to do the same. Are you guided as to how will you construct your related lit and related studies? This is just a caution. I don't like you to just repeat what the book is saying. I mean, word for word, you will just lift whatever is mentioned there and then put that in your material in your annotated bibliography without even reviewing. That's why it's called related literature and studies because it's a review. Pag mag-review, tanaw nato unsay papariha, unsay dili pariha. Ang atong reference is our present proposal. Nganong maparihaman? Nganong parihaman? Unsa na imong plano sa imuha? Nganong different man? Unsay naka-different niya? Ana. Are you with me? Did it make it clear to you?
By
Question?
the way, sir, we only have to make one paragraph, sir, now for
It
annotated.
could be one. It could be one or two more. The most is two.
1 to 2. Okay, sir.
Per entry, ha? Per entry. Sige.
So there should be 5 annotated bibliographies, sir, no?
Yeah, 5 literature and 5
studies.
There will be 10.
So 10. 10 sir.
Okay? Back to the slide. Therefore, again, yeah, each must have a paragraph annotation. The annotation may point out how similar, how different the reviewed literature study is to your proposed study. Klaro na niya, ha? Okay, you may focus your review as guide for your annotation on the following parts. Moto. So, asa man ta mo tanaw nga makaingon tag similar or different theories. Pareha siguro mo theory or lain-lain mo theory or pareha mo sa, for example, researcher 1 has 3 theories nga ikaw na iusa nga napareha sa iya ha. Different kay ang iya tulo ang imo usara. It could be that. Or methods or procedure used in relation to the SOP. So, ang iyang gigamit nga method pareha or ang imong gigamit is different pero pareha mo og SOP. Are you following? Or maybe, as I've said, the findings, the conclusion, the recommendations would guide you or would be the basis for you to come up with a new study. Mao na ang para sa related studies. Okay na? Klaro na? Okay. Your deadline is, kano sa ito itong giset?
25.
What is 25? So supposedly karon. But then because we will meet on Saturday, can I have the deadline on a Thursday? What is July? Is it July 2?
July 2, sir.
It's July 2, yes, sir.
July 2. So that I have time to read. Kay taas-taas ba yan ni? And I can have a feedback. July 2, ha?
Yes, sir.
Time. Aron dili mo saylo. Dili kay aron dili mo saylo. Ang dili mo submit on that schedule, dili na nako basahon. Kay di bela limang pagbasa. Nya, maputol bitaw imuhang momentum. naka-notice man ko kada mga apas-apas ba, di ba? Nya, nayon ko nga kada na ang mo to bitaw nga ang masabit on that very on that time na ako'y cut off nya ana. So, sabot tabi. Pwede. At what time? Is it 12 o'clock on Thursday?
10 p.m.
Give me time also to read because I also have other things to attend to. Mo na nga, musay ma-left mo, concentrate ko sa usa. So I would like to budget also my time. Would it be okay? Thursday, July 2 at 12 noon. Wag yun naningog on. On or
We'll try,
before.
sir. We'll try.
On or before
Yes,
12 noon.
sir.
Okay
July
na?
4.
July
July
2?
2, Thursday.
Kay July 4 is Sabado man. Unsa man ako pagbasa, I cannot give feedback. That will be the thing that we will tackle on Saturday. So, give me 2 days to read. Kit 20 ba mo kabuok? Okay?
So, sir, kung Thursday will be the deadline, sir, no? So if there are some like there could be changes.
Oh,
or
punctuality will
suggestions
affect
from
your
you.
grade.
So kung na yung mga possible changes, sir, at least ako pang mahimo, sir, no, by Friday na, sir.
No. I will give you feedback on Saturday. Submit it on Thursday so I can give you feedback on Saturday. Then along the way, you can modify it as we go along because that will be the thing that we have to develop into theoretical background of the study. Kani siya ba? This is part of the theoretical background, but this is not equal to theoretical background. Part and parcel lang ni siya. But again, this is now the meat of the theoretical background. No? So without you knowing it, naghinahinay na di taglihok nga at the end of the trimester, humana inyong proposal on an installment basis. Actually, ikaw man ani musulban sining problem. So, nahuman na tas problem, nahuman na gamay sa theoretical, niya punaan na lang siya. Nakuha ko?
Yes.
Okay. So Thursday at
July
12 noon. You can still submit siguro after, pero gamay na mo ang nagrado. Kay, di naman kayo nakuha tagag-focus. Okay? Para lang sa hatagan to award, ang maunag, ang mo submit punctually. Di man nato malikayan that we cannot do it good on time, on the deadline. But that is my monitoring, that is my control. Okay?
Thanks, sir.
Sige. Nanay nag-submit? On basin o gusto pa siya mo usab ana kay based on the realization that I have discussed, I have just discussed with you, maybe those who already have submitted can go over and enrich should you wish, because the deadline will be on Thursday. On or before, you can do it. Okay? Sige. So let's go to activity. By the way, you are not going to present this. I will be giving feedback in general. I'll be the one who will be talking about this next meeting. But your presentation is number 3. This will be your part. My part is activity 2. Your part is 3, which is not June 13. Saan ang Edwin Pilapil 13 June? Anyway, sige. Let's have number 1. From the approved research topic, which I already have given except for Merlene. Merlene will talk to me, will call me anytime tomorrow so that we can finalize her proposal. So only Merlene has no approved research topic. The rest already have. Come up with your main and specific problems. By the way, do you have question in coming up with the main and specific problems given the sample during the first meeting? ma-refresh ninyo ang formula sa main o sa specific. I hope that
Makita ra, sir.
okay. By the way, kanang you try lang ko no. Try to open if ever na repository rather. Repository, CHED repositories about topics, about research, thesis. I hope na
Sir, maybe you have some recommendations, sir, on online repositories like EBSCO or ProQuest or unsa pa na sir?
yeah, that's for the guide, but then we have a different formula. So ours is distinct. However, guide siguro on how to make the problem, how to limit the problem. Ang ator yung point sa problem statement is that it has to be doable, it can be gathered, it can be answered immediately. Like the no there is, I usually discourage you to ask a question how. Okay, ang how is uh, requires an answer that is procedural. But if you are going to ask a question what, na dahil ng what, matubag dayon. Doable siya. It doesn't mean how cannot be answered. It can be answered, but it will take time. Procedure, man God. So normally in our culture at CTU, we are promoting questions that begin with what. Other universities do not have the question form. Other universities adopt the noun phrase, the objective type. But because of our writing culture, which is practiced at the graduate school, then we will have the question form. So katong giingon nga na other repositories, that's for exposure to the kind of let us say the kind of limiting, the kind of narrowing topics to be measured, but not actually the same as that of CTU. But if we, I understand that CHED has repository for thesis, but it's not online. In fact, city is identified no, to be also a repository, meaning hardbound copies are displayed in the library from other universities. So I hope that CTU submitted uh, soft copies equivalent to the thesis that are displayed in the library, but I am doubtful if it has. Now is the time for the university to have to submit to CHED soft copies because of this pandemic. But anyway, I just would like you to be guided by the slide that I gave you. Can we can we refresh? Can we refresh, Jay? Can we refresh? Katong PowerPoint. Kanida, ba? Kani ba? Ang main problem nagyuta ni ha. It's just one sentence. This research is always constant. Kanang verb transitive, inyo na ng verb. That it is fitting. You have also to use a verb that is fitting to the purpose. Then object, meaning the receiver. And then the respondents or the subjects should be there. The locale where your study is to be conducted. That's why I discourage you in your title to put the name of the school, because it can be placed here. And consider the duration, that it can be doable in just one semester or lesser. However, it does not prevent you from doing a 1-year research should you wish to do it. But I would discourage you to do more than 1 year. Then output, always an output. Okay? Sige. So next slide. If I may reiterate, if I may repeat, this research is constant. I'm using ascertains, or meaning determines the efficacy. I will not use evaluate, because I cannot evaluate the efficacy in as much as my parameters or the indicators in subproblem 1, 2, and 3 cannot guarantee an evaluation. Although you might be asking, sir, you are going to have a performance test. Is it not enough for you to evaluate it? It's an evaluation, but better call it ascertain. The word ascertain or the word determine is better than that in the aspect of my subproblem, which I will show later. So I will determine how effective is multimodal material. Mind you, before I forget, all of you will be preparing a material using the technique, the strategy, the method that you are mentioning. For example, somebody is talking about Facebook for grade 6 language, meaning you are going to prepare an instructional material about language that will compel students or pupils to use Facebook. If your topic is paraphrastic or phrastic or phrastic approach, is paraphrase, no? Paraphrastic approach in teaching poetry. So you are going to make an instructional material module, for that matter, that will use paraphrase as a strategy in teaching poetry. Or if your topic is about Wattpad, for reading comprehension, then prepare an activity, a material where the activity requires the student to use Wattpad. Did you get me?
Yes, sir.
Do you have question for this? So, ang additional na itong buhatunon later on, pagandam na mudaan, because I will ask for it, is to make the material. Because immediately after this activity, you will be submitting the material. May sample lang, maybe 1 or 2, pero nindot ang 2 kay aron atong makita kung tinuod ba gyud nga nagamit ka ana nga strategy. So this is not a lesson plan. This is a learning packet. This is a module, if I may call it. Although ang module unta is not supposed to be the module that you're thinking of or thinking about, because ang tinuod nga module is a teacher fronted, rather a module is a substitute of the teacher. That's module. That without the teacher, module can be a teacher. That is supposed to be a thing of module. But now, DepEd is using it, so it's already parang emergent use, functional use of module. Mura bitaw na og moingon ta karon og oy gisalvage man. Actually, the word salvage in its real meaning is to help, to unsa na, to save. Salvage is to save. Nya atong salvage gipatay man. So this is a kind of Filipino English that is emerging in Philippine education. So si module nga insakto unta nga meaning sa module wala na ma-realize kay gilahi na tuog sabot ang module sa DepEd. And we cannot blame it because it's already used. I mean, there's already a speaking community that understands the functional operational meaning of module insofar as Philippine educational context is concerned. Nakuha ta? No? So whether multimodal material, multimodal instructional guide, multimodal module, multimodal activity, multimodal learning packet, that's it. So you have to do it. Because you will be using that in the teaching of grade 10 English. Kay mom na itong tanaw, atong itudlo, aron atong makita how effective is the material. Nakuha ko?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go. And then Cebu Technological University is the local, and then academic year 2020-2021, or I could say first semester of academic year 2020-2021, or kanat academic year sa to pa year na one whole year. Or I could break it to semester, or I could break it to summer for me to come up with enrichment of the material that I prepared ahead. So ang purpose day ana nganong akong kuha ng effectiveness or efficacy kay ako man ang itudlo ng materyala before na nako evaluate, no, if I may call it, before nako i-test, i-pilot test. So after that I will make enrichment which part of the material is not a good contribution to the performance of the students. Any question? Silence means I understand.
Sir,
Yes.
just a clarification, sir. So the activity 2, the deadline will be on July 2 months, sir. So that is have to be in a PowerPoint presentation, sir, or just a Word file is okay.
Excuse me. Activity what? 3? Activity 2.
Activity 2, yes, sir. Activity 2. Would it be okay if it's in a Word file format?
Adita, darling, ha? Kada laging activity number 2, dili man na ninyo trabaho, ako man ang trabaho. So you don't need to have a PowerPoint for activity number 2. Instead, you really are going to submit the Word format of activity number 2. Kaya ako'y mobasa sa inyuhang mga reviews. Then ako'y mo feedback. So dili i-present. Ako rin mo feedback ba? Okay na. But here, you don't need to ask sorry. Here mag-ato gini i-PowerPoint karon. Sabto na nag-review pa lang ko how to do main problem. Okay na? This is how a main problem should look like insofar as CTU writing culture is concerned.
I understand, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, very good. Next, for the specifics. Okay, here. Specifically, mo na ha, mo sa na ang second. Specifically, this answers the following questions. Kana lang mo ikwa. That is consistent, no? Or do not say this aims to answer, seeks to answer. Diretso na. Ay na pag seeks, ay na pag aims, answers na. Or this will answer. Because simple futurity, I mean rather simple base form can be a simple futurity. Okay? After using, mo di ba klaro kay after using. So meaning nag-ingon ta sa material, nagbuhat ng material, granting I already have made my multimodal material. And then I'm going to test its effectiveness. So I will after using the material in the class, I would like to get the performance of the students. So what is the performance of the students based on the following first quarter competencies, granting that in the curriculum guide, these are the competencies. Depende na ninyo based on the grade level and based on the curriculum guide and based on what quarter. Okay? Okay. Let's move to number 2. So then, number 1 was my or is my first measure. Echo. Is my okay na? Okay. So, number 1 is my first measure of effectiveness or efficacy. My second measure is this, because I have my belief is that if students would have a good score, it is expected that they also have a good experience. They will have a good feedback as to the experience in terms of social interaction. So if they would say that, because I am using a theory of social constructivism, I'm using the theory because the theory also has a very important role here. If I'm using the theory of constructivism, social interaction is one aspect of social constructivism. So if and when the student would comment that they have a good social interaction with others, with a group, within the group, it is expected that they are able to understand. So performance is high. Okay, so if another measure is dynamism and fluidity of thoughts, because of a very good social interaction, students become dynamic in a group and their thoughts, the flow of thoughts become spontaneous since there is no fear, since people or group members are not anxious about themselves, are not anxious about others' presence. They're able to be dynamic and fluid in their sharing of thoughts while doing the social interaction. Therefore, group becomes innovative. So with a comment, with a positive comment about students' learning experiences using the material, it will verify the good result in number 1. Nagfollow mo? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, diha. Way pangutana. Do you have question for 2 in relation to 1? Therefore, when we have the data for 1 and the data for 2, we can come up with a concordance. It could be that your concordance it could be that concordance uh, computed or be computed or descriptively done. No? So is there a significant concordance? If you will say, is there a significant concordance between the students' performance and their learning experiences, we can compute item 1, result from subproblem 1 and subproblem 2 with the help of your statistician. Or you can go direct to the focus group discussion. If you would like to use pure qualitative, you will not have number 3 because number 3 has a simple statistics. Okay, so let's go to number 4. Your 4 becomes number 3. But if you would like to really have statistics, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4. But you can skip number 3 if you don't like to have stat. So you would say, after the focus group discussion, or is that after the focus group discussion, what is the students' feedback about the use of the multimodal material? Okay, not yet, not yet. Now, again, the third measure of efficacy is the feedback. Kay mag-focus group man ka. So, naato nang na-triangulate, meaning, ang usa ka data coming from the scores, nag-ingon nga dako kog score, it is presumed, or rather, yeah, it's presumed that if the students get good scores, multimodal material is effective. And that based on their good feedback, on some problem number 2, as to the activities like fluidity of thoughts, social interaction, group innovativeness, that's another measure coming from the feedback, which is survey. Survey. Gamito nato ang questionnaire. But in number 4, pwede ta mo gamit og actual focus group discussion. Meaning, there is a question and answer, live question and answer in the focus group discussion. Who will lead the focus group discussion? The researcher. And you're going to let the students get the feedback. How many students, sir? No, it's random. You cannot have all of them. It's just representation. Anyway, the principle in number 4 here, the mode is by saturation method. Magigag saturation, pag ang estudyante masig balik-balik o sa answer nga maura gyud ang answer, bisag pila, 5 ka estudyante, 10 ka estudyante, 15 ka estudyante, as to how many students, but the answer is the same. That is what we mean by saturation. Sa ato pa, ang answer, saturated. Gabalik-balik na. No need to ask any further. Nga naman, maura bang tubag? Nakuha ko? Nakuha ba? Nakuha ba ang akong punto sa saturation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Another example of saturation. You go to the household. Ato kas mga balay-balay, ang imong pangutano na mga teenage uh, uh, pregnant women, no, mga batanon, mga young mommy. Okay, house number 1, interview. House number 2, ang tubag pareha. House number 3, ang tubag pareha. Igabot ni most number 5, hunongin na. Niya kasi ang akong respondent sir kay 50 man ka buok niya, 5 naman eh. At tanawa ang percentage. Kung 5 niya 50, ginahanglan pa kag napulo siguro. Kung maabot og 10 out of 50, that's saturation already. If you have 20 ka, ang imong gibutang nga respondents 20. Unya sa 5, maurang tubag, hunongi. 1/4. That will represent the others. Mo na saturation. Nasabtan ko? That can be done in a focus group discussion. Actual meeting, like if you have 20 students in your focus group, unya out of 20, ang tubag daghan, unya usay mass motion, ang tubag ilang i-chorus, that's already an answer. That is acceptable. Okay ta. Back to the slide. Okay. Or it could be, if you don't like a focus group discussion, another way of doing it is or what is the what is the level? Correction ha. What is the level of the effectiveness on the use of multimodal material in terms of, so pwede pod o questionnaire na pod nga tanaw na to nga ipa-perception ba, ipa-check sa mga estudyante kung mo sila unsay level of effectiveness minta karon. Ang atong choices tulo lang: highly effective, moderately effective, not or least effective or less effective. So again, highly effective, or we can say most effective, slightly effective, less effective. So ang mga bata mingon, ay ari ko to sa topic content coverage. Oy sa comprehensibility, ari ko sa 3 kay less effective, di ko kasabot. Practical, applicable, yes, that is most effective. User friendliness, okay, slightly effective. So that is a questionnaire. Pwede sana diha. Another measure of effectiveness. So daghan kay kag ways of ascertaining, determining how effective is it, is the multimodal. Unya kung based on those questions, asa tong mga may kakaron, uy, unsa man ako pag-enrich akong multimodal learning packet kay magbuhat na kog enrichment na namo koy data. Ang akong binuhat, akong i-modify. I will improve this one because I found out that the students uh, did not able to get a good score. So asa man ato sa magma-item analysis ka, part of your process ba? Akong tanawon, item number 1, pilay nakakuha sakto. Item number 10, uy gamay raman, lisod ning item number 10. Item number 11, kanang daghan nakakuha. Item number 15, usar may nakakuha, lisod ni. So mo to imong fokusan sa imong enrich multimodal learning packet. Because when you do that, you must also have the so-called table of specification. 'Di ba? Do you do TOS?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So
Yes, sir.
yes, yes. So do you do item analysis?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Very good. So kana mo na atong basihan sa number 1 nga data. Kinsa tong mga bata anang item mga gamay ra mo na imong i-focus sa imong multimodal learning packet. Sunod, sa item question number 2 ningon ta nga unsa ganitoy pangutana sa number 2? Can you recall?
The learning experiences.
Oh, learning experiences. Umingon sila, uy, di man innovative ang group. Oh, unsa may problema? Then mag-discover ka, magbuhat kag laing strategy para ma-innovative ang group. Na? Oh, or maybe uy, ang fluidity of thought dili man, siguro there's something wrong with your grouping. So usbonin mo imong strategy for the grouping. That is embedded in your instruction for the multimodal learning packet that is enriched. Follow?
Yes.
Okay. Another, because sa result nimo, uy, ang mga bata kay dili lagi sila ang ilang tubag sa comprehensibility mubo lagi, ingon lagi sila nga kuan less effective. Siguro list. That's the reason why you are going to pilot test. Kaya aron ang imong comprehensibility masabtan nga lisod highfalutin siguro imong gigamit nga terminology. Ang imong siguro ginahon na sa imong instructions nga ang imong mga mambabasa are walking dictionary. So you have to simplify your words. Nakuha? Now, Mika, oy, ang akong mga activities ba dili lagi practical, dili lagi applicable, dili lagi contextualize kay wa sila kauyon. Akong usbon, akong i-indigenize para masabtan. Yung siya, ay, ang user friendliness wa sad makakuha og dako nga score kuan ra lagi ang gibutang less effective. Siguro ang imuhang pag-layout sa imuhang material sakit sa mata. Siguro ang imong instructional material, imong multimodal activities kana na ang naghuot ang mga words. Kaya ganahan ang mga bata ana. Siguro naghagbuak-buak kay kamo ra bang mga teacher sa sorry ha general niya but it's not to point out somebody. Usually ba kana bitong especially the elementary teachers, sorry for that. Anad siguro sila sa mga bata nga ilang bata mga buwak-buwak, mga ang ila pong material dahil kay drawing. So, you also have to fit the kind of learners that you will have to make it user friendly. O siguro Kana bitong pareha bitaw na inyong PowerPoint nga dili user friendly kani kita to kaniya nga gagmay na gyud kaayo kay words. Ang tanang words gisud sa slide di ni gamay. So dili user friendly. Kung ako ipa-check ko na to, less effective. So yun ana ba? So all of these data that you will gather will be the basis in coming up with your enhanced or enriched multimodal learning packet. Palo. I'm done with my oración impirata. Do you have some questions? Now it's open forum. Bakos.
Sir, since wala man may access sa physical library, sir, naakay ka nang recommend ng mga sites or repositories nga pwede na mo ma-open, sir, for references?
Katurag yung Google Scholar, day.
Google Scholar, sir.
O katong
Sige, sir.
i-project ni Jay. Unsa i-project og balik, Jay. Kani kawat-kawat niya ayo inyo lang ni ayo na i-promote. Sige lang kana lang ikuan lang usa. Kana kay basig makakuha na sila og idea diha. Google Scholar can help you. Ay lang tong paliton. Kung paliton ma-open niya mahal man na dollars man na. Ay lang kay this is just a subject. Pero sa tinuoray na, you have to spend para malami atong study.
As I have, yes. I'm using that one as well.
We have to invest.
Oh, katon CC.
Mabati day ka.
TW, kanang TW akong gigamit, sir.
Kung dili mo open man, bato balik sa CC.
Okay na? Klaro na? Another question?
Sir, on Saturday, sir,
Okay. Sige, balik ta sa assignment. Let's go to activity 3. Very good question.
Hello, sir.
Okay. So, activity 3, you are after having done number 1, you will go to number 2. You prepare a presentation in Word format or PowerPoint. Together with it is your presentation of the research methodology. So, a moment. Meaning, you are going to prepare a PowerPoint for the main and the PowerPoint for specific problems. So you will only have 2 slides. One slide for the main problem, another slide for the specific problems. Claro? Here, you have to really write the whole thing. So this will deviate from what I said because we need to understand the whole the whole sentence of the main problem and the whole sentence for the specific problems. Okay, and I would like you to give all. I would like also to give you 2 slides for the research methodology. Like, what will be your design? What not all of the research methodology part. Remember, in research methodology, to aman to ditong design, flow, environment, di ba? Respondent,
Participant.
instrument, ano, data gathering, then
Scoring.
Statistical treatment, scoring procedure.
Procedure.
So in the meantime, kay ato pa maning tanaw ang imong main and specific problem, I am very keen, number 1, is on the method, the design. Unsa may design imong gamiton in conducting this problem, in trying to answer the problem? Will you use the descriptive method? Will you use descriptive or qualitative, no? Or will you use quantitative, na highly statistical? Or maybe a combination of statistics and quali. That's why we call it mixed method. Or are you trying to say that you will be using experimental, but this is seldom approved? But if you can really justify why you have to have the pre-test and the post-test or the quasi-experimental, then I will approve it. Basta nindot pagka-defend. Pero kung dili ka-defend, disapprove. Basta ingon aning pre-test and post-test. Kay naaman sa ingon nga magamit gyud si pre-test and post-test on a specific problem. Okay? And then it will you be using, not because it's language teaching, not so much on case study, not so much on ethnographic research, but this is so much of a descriptive normative survey. Take note, most of the language, most of in education, teaching English and other teaching disciplines is more on descriptive normative survey. Nga naman, naamang kay questionnaire, naamang kay interview. So it's more of a descriptive normative. Okay? So just read. Ang atong kuan ani is read books on research methodology, especially on modes of doing research. Okay? Ang akong mangitaon ang design no, ang method used. I will not ask so much on the environment. Understood naman na later on ang environment, di naman na mausab na mamoy plano sa environment. But I'm asking of maybe the respondents. How will you choose your respondents? Like what will be your sampling technique to employ in choosing your respondents? Will you be using random sampling? Will you be using stratified random sampling? Or will you be using purposive sampling? Or a total population sample? Unsam na siya. Recall your statistics. But I'll give you an example. Pag purposive, kanang wag gilain, imo gid siyang gituyo, mao gid na. Panalitan mi kag kanang tanang pregnant women in CTU, hala, purpose na siya. Or tanang mga special students with disabilities, di kana gid sila pananglitan in your class of 40 students, dili man tanan. So purposively gipili gid na, wag kay piko anon ana, purpose sila gid tanan. Kunay purposive sampling. Pag moingon ka nga random, sa 40 ka estudyante inside the class, kung kinsa to'y mag-raffle ka, mag-raffle draw, kung kinsa tong, because out of 40, you'll only get 20, so not, you will have to use the fishbowl technique or the raffle draw or lottery draw, na kinsa tong na stars, 20 ka buok stars, out of 40, ang 20 na stars, ang the other 20 blanco, ang katong na stars, mo itong na random. Mo na yung random na to. But kung moingon ta nga stratified random sampling, example ingon ani. Ang grade 1, ang grade 11. There are 5 sections in grade 11. And there are 200 students all in the 5 sections. And then varied ang iyahang number of students in every section. Naay 40, section 1. Naay 60, section 2. Naay 30, section 3. Naay 70, section 4. Ingon ana ba? Varied. So you are going to compute for a certain percentage. Like if you get 10% of students in a section. So 10% of 60 is 6. Unom ra imong kwaon. Mo nang atong stratified random. Nag-stratified ka per section pero ga-random ka per section. You'll only get 6 out of 60. If there are 20 in section 2, then you'll only get 2. Nakuha ko? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello?
sir.
Yes, sir.
Nasabtan si stratified random?
Yes, sir.
Very good. So, mao na siya ang stratified random. Kung may kag total population, away pili ay tanan. Dili siya purposive, dili siya random, dili siya stratified, pero total population. Kay 20 naman ka bok estudyante, kay usarban ka section, di sila na lang tanan. Correct?
Okay.
Okay. So, that is what you will be doing. Okay. So, 2 slides for SOP and 2 slides for the research methodology. So, again, importante si respondents. Ang sunod, instrument. Instrument. Sa ato pa, kung magbuha, og na kay question about katong perception, magbuhat kag questionnaire. Kung mag-FGD ka, na kay guide questions sa imong FGD. Kung mag-performance ka, na kay test question to measure performance. So, kada sub-problem, kung magkinahanglan ka o instrument, atong pangitaon ng instrument. However, in the presentation, imo usa nang i-describe. Ay lang usa isulat sa sunod na sad na nga meeting. Ako, kay immediately after this, I'll give you heads up ahead, no? Nga pangitaon nako ang inyong module, nga pangitaon nako ang inyong instrument para ma-justify ni nga activity. So for purposes of presentation on Saturday, kay mag-indigestion naman sad mo ako ng pangayoon tanan, di na niya mo kalibang. So, kaya nga, ako lang giklaro nga gi-heads up ta mo para mangandam na lang mo nga after this oral presentation, ang musunod is the module itself and the questionnaire that will help you answer the sub-problems. Pero in the presentation this coming Saturday, explain lang. For example, may kakaron, for sub-problem number 1, I'm going to measure the performance. So my the test that I will prepare will focus on the following items. Ana lang usa. Na nakay plan lang. Niya ka, to answer sub-problem number 2 on the experiences, then I will let them write an essay about the experiences on the following topics. To answer sub-problem number 3 about the FGD, then I will have, these are the following questions that I will raise. To answer sub-problem number 4 on effectiveness in terms of the following, then I will have also an interview question, which I will prepare next time. Yun na. Okay, claro? Because it will never be accommodated in 2 slides if I'll be asking the instrument. And then after that, after the instrument, ang gani, very important is the data gathering procedure. Unsa imong buhaton, step 1. Unsa imong buhaton, step 2. Hangtod mahuman ang study. It's a plan of work. You can describe it by just writing keywords. Okay? And I will not dwell on the scoring procedure yet and the statistics yet, because when you do the instrument, I will be asking for the scoring procedure. So the scoring procedure will go hand in hand with doing the instrument, and that will be next meeting. So did I get you right now, or rather, did I make it? Did it make sense on the things that you will do? So I'll repeat. For methodology, dwell on the design or research method. Dwell on respondents. Dwell on instrument description, and on the description of the data gathering procedure. Wala nang iba. Only that. Okay. No question, no comment. Then when will be, this shall be done on the next Saturday. On the third Saturday ba na? Fourth na? Fourth. On the, yeah, this shall be done on the fourth Saturday. From, on the fourth Saturday, ay nagbutangig from now. On the fourth Saturday, which is July
July 4.
4. July 4?
Yes, sir.
4 ba? O, July 4.
July 4.
On the fourth Saturday, take out from now. Then put July 4. So sa ato pa, this is kuan ha, uh, graded oral presentation. Ha? July 4. Graded oral presentation na ang all in all. So, meaning this is the third round. Sakto ko? Third round.
Yes,
Excuse me,
sir.
sir.
Meaning, katulo na ta mo gigraduhan. Kanya, nagrado pa dyan ko sa inyong oral presentations, mga interactions. So that's why I always ask questions. I always ask your name for your name so I can record it also accordingly. Katong way tabi-tabi, nagkamay nag-score, kay way tabi-tabi. So kinahanglan mo tabi gyud tanan. We have to justify as
So,
English
sir.
Majors. Yes?
So, question lang, sir. Are we going to pass activity 3 also in advance?
No.
No. Okay, sir.
No, because that will be for presentation purposes. The only activity that you will submit in advance is 2.
Okay,
And
sir.
then 3 is surprise.
Okay, sir.
3 is a surprise.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Comment, suggestion, point of clarification. What time is it?
9:31.
9:31.
Oy, sus ni Silo na date, ha? Sige, mo di naman tamo. Ning I thought na humantag sa'yo. Sige. So, no more point of clarification so that we can dismiss the class. Okay, so thank you for your dynamism, and I hope it will be more dynamic next time.
Yes.
No.
As much as possible, do not allow me to talk more. You have to talk more than me. Sige. Okay, bye-bye. Excuse me, documentation. Everybody has to smile and look at the camera. O sa camera. Si Sean ay nagka-position na. Sige na, ready. Ready, 1, 2, and okay, once more.
Smile.
Once more. Smile. 1, 2, and okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Oh, excuse
Thank
me.
you, class.
A moment. Closing prayer by Bonds. Onyol.
Eto. Let's put ourselves in the holy presence of God, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, thank you so much for the wonderful interaction that we have with our professor and with our classmates as well. Also, we would like to thank you for the good connection that we are experiencing, even though some of our classmates are not connected, but we still managed to take care of the presentations, most of the presentations. And we also ask for your guidance for our next outputs and activities that we will be presenting by next meeting. That would be all. Thank you. And our Father who art in heaven, holy be your name, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Give us
Give us
today
this day our daily bread and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Do not bring us to the test, but deliver us from evil. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
a moment, comment, Bonds. I said that would be all. Thank you. Bonds. It could have been this we ask in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Di ba, this we ask through Christ our Lord. This we ask through Christ our Lord. But you have a very good.
Through Christ our Lord.
Nagikatawan ka, Bonso. But that's a good one. That's a good one.
Ikatawa na lang, sir.
Yeah. That's very fluid. Congratulations. Congratulations. Sometimes makuan po sa mga conscious. Dili ka pirmi mga J-bonds. Okay lang. Sige, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Night, sir.
Bye. Bye,
Pleasant
sir.
evening. Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.